All right. It is 12:06. So I'm going to get started. We're going to still have people trickling in. I'm going to start with an icebreaker by making everybody look forward and let me take a photo of you. So um, I don't know that I can get a panorama of everything, but I'm going to attempt to, which may be extremely wide angle. Everyone smile real big. One, two, three. Here I go. Hold your breath if you don't. Kind of a ridiculous photo, but I'll keep trying. Okay, is that gonna keep ringing? Are we good, Ryan? Can you hear it? Is Zoom good too? Okay, who am I? My name is Cameron Boland. I am an architect at Standard Space Architecture, but I'm also a co-chair of the AI East Tennessee Committee on the Environment. Um, Welcome, everybody. I'm going to fumble through my notes, but I'm going to try my best. Welcome, everyone. We've got professionals, we've got faculty, we've got students here, and I'm extremely excited. This has been years in the planning. I was just talking with Dan last night, and he reminded me that I reached out to him about it. Actually, it's about 2 years ago now, where I just floated the idea to him, and since then have been piecing this together. So really, really, really excited. We had about 60 total registrants. So there's some that are included online that are out of state and out of proper of downtown Knoxville, which is really, really exciting and kind of in the whole spirit of our Committee on the Environment. So AIA East Tennessee's Committee on the Environment, I'm going to read our committee purpose for you all. The AIA East Tennessee Committee on the Environment serves as a collective platform for architects and allied professionals to advance climate action and justice through design in our East Tennessee region. We believe that a coupling of design and sustainability is essential in creating a healthier, resilient, and equitable future in the built environment. And the vision of this event today, this workshop, started with my co-chairs and our component executive with AIA, thinking about, we've gone through since 2023, doing a lot of meetings with a lot of great professionals that have given us their time to talk with us and teach us. Really gained a lot of knowledge, but we realized that the more we worked on the knowledge aspect, we were lacking in the implementation. So the goal this year was to have knowledge, implementation, and advocacy and work with those in our city that are doing these things. And we have some of them today with our sponsors, which I'll introduce here soon. But this is our implementation portion of discussing operational and embodied carbon. Um, and I'm extremely excited because the longer that, or the more that we expand the conversation to not just to our office, but around the entire design community, we're all going to be speaking the same language and hopefully be building each other up and working towards a common goal of climate action in the built environment. Um, but like I said, we can't do any of this without our sponsors. We have a absolutely heavy list of sponsorships, and I'm so excited for that. So let's go ahead and give them all a round of applause. I wanted to start with, of course, the building that we're in, the East Tennessee Historical Society. They've been very, very, very helpful. All the tables are theirs. The space is theirs, of course, but they've just been really helpful through the whole process. So I'm very thankful for that. And before I introduce our other sponsors, I want to do a couple other quick housekeeping items. I mentioned the restrooms. I mentioned food. As you all will see, there's somewhat of a spaghetti of power cords under your feet. This is not a young building and there's no floor outlets. So we've made our floor outlets, but if you can count, there's not enough for everybody. So we all have to be cognizant of that. And we're going to take turns in between sharing power loads. This is going to be obviously a 4-hour workshop. So there's going to be time that everyone's going to need to recharge. But the hope is that we'll have 6 or so outlets between each double table and that you guys can just, take turns between that. So I'll leave that up to you all to work through that. Let's see. Also, continuing education credits. This is approved for 4 health, safety, and welfare credits through the AIA National. And if you don't have a form on your table, there should be one at the front at check-in. So sign up for that and get your 4 units of learning for being here today. Okay. So first, KUB, I would like to welcome Chastity to our stage to speak a little bit about the Knoxville Utility Board. Let's clap her on stage.
All right. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I, like Cameron, have some notes that I'm going to get through. I get nervous in front of crowds, but I'm so glad to see so many of you all here today. I just have a few remarks and want to really express my appreciation for you all joining in on this workshop and really putting forth the effort to take climate action into your own hands. At KUB, I manage our environmental stewardship department, and just a little bit about KUB. We are a 5 utility provider, actually one of the only 5 utility providers in the nation. So we serve electric, natural gas, water, wastewater, and more recently fiber to Knoxville and parts of 7 surrounding counties, a little over 500,000 customers across all of those services. And at KUB, everything that we do is really strongly rooted in sustainability. And so not only is that looking at how can we be more sustainable in our own operations and reduce our environmental impact, but how can we provide programs and programs and resources for our customers and the communities that we serve to do the same. And so I was really excited when Cameron approached us with this opportunity several months ago, maybe even closer to a year ago at this point, really just wanted to get things together to bring this group in this training. And I think, when we think about community carbon emissions, buildings are such an important piece of that picture. And that's why I think it's really, really crucial that you all as architects and designers are thinking about these things. Every building that we can make more energy efficient reduces demand and strain on the grid. Every building that we can add rooftop solar, that adds to the portfolio of clean energy. And so the work that you guys are doing and the tools that you're learning are really going to create lasting impacts and shape the future of sustainability in our community. So again, really thankful that you guys are taking the initiative to be here. Really excited to hear about the work and the projects that come out of this training and tool and how it kind of shapes what you guys are doing in the community. And the last thing I'll mention is just that we are here to be a resource for you all and the clients that you support, whether it's looking for energy efficiency rebates or solar offset programs, or what does it look like to install solar on this building? Like, we want to be there at the front of those discussions to help you talk through that and think through what makes sense for you and your client. So please don't ever hesitate to loop us in on the front end just to have those conversations. We love working with customers on projects like these to talk about how can we be creative and really come up with something really cool and meaningful that has a positive impact on the community. So with that, again, just thank you all for being here. Shout out to Cameron for pulling this all together, and I will turn it over to some of the other sponsors.
Thank you again, Chastity and KUB. Okay, next I'd like to invite David Morris to the stage with Sierra Pacific Windows. David, thank you.
Thank you, Cameron. Thank you, everybody. My name is David Morris. I work for Sierra Pacific Windows, and I have to say, Cameron, I'm blown away here. I'm in my 3rd year on the board for AI Middle Tennessee. I'm the only non-architect on the board, and I have been on the COTE committee for 5 years in Nashville, and we are really struggling. So we might just have to steal your idea and get Dan to come to Nashville. If that's what it takes. We would love to see these kind of numbers to turn out. So I'm really proud to be here today and tell you a little bit about the company that I work for. I'm going to ask a couple of questions real quick. First of all, some of you heard this yesterday, so I apologize for that. But I like to always start this out because we are new in this part of the United States. We've been in the Eastern United States for about 10 years. So by show of hands, how many of you in here are familiar with Sierra Pacific Windows? Okay. By show of hands, how many of you are familiar with Sierra Pacific Industries? A few more of you, but quite a bit less. So really what I want to do is I want to tell you about the background because that's what really grabbed my interest. I was with another window manufacturer for 30 years. And when the opportunity came up to make a change, I'll be honest, I was concerned, maybe a little bit scared about making a change at my age. And then I started looking a little deeper and a little deeper, and I found out about the parent company, Sierra Pacific Industries. Red Emerson, who just turned 95 years old this year, is the founder of the company. He started a sawmill in Northern California when he was 17 years old. And through his leadership and his desire to understand sustainability and stay involved in California, several things have happened. And I can't touch on all that today. There's no way. But I want to kind of hit three brief things. Sierra Pacific Industries is the largest private landowner in the United States. Now, he didn't start out to do that, but he just figured along the way as a lumber producer that if he was ever really going to make money and stay in the lumber business, he needed to own the land and manage the land. So today we manage 2.4 million acres of land, and we do all that sustainably. And what I mean by that is we plant more trees than we harvest. We plant more species than we harvest. When we go into the forest, we're actually taking care of that whole ecosystem. It doesn't matter whether it's the animals that live under the ground, on top of the ground, in the trees, or in the canopy, or just the animals that come in and out of the working forest while we're harvesting timber. We're doing everything we can to take care of that. And then there's another resource that's important and should be important to everybody that we're looking out for, and that's the water. We have to take care of all the water that's in 2.4 million acres. Anything that we do that alters that oxygen content or that silt content, all that comes into play when you're doing things, if you're truly doing things sustainable. Some of you may not, I think it's interesting following KUB, but some of you may or may not know what, I'm gonna ask for a show of hands. How many of you know what cogeneration is? Okay, well, a few of you. I always just like to describe it as a 5-story wood pellet stove, because basically what we're doing is we're utilizing everything that we bring in from the forest. And we run 18 sawmills from the Canadian border all the way down into California, south of Sacramento. And what we can't sell, and we sell high-grade sawdust to MDF manufacturers. So we take low-grade sawdust, which is full of knots and pitch and bark, and we burn that. And we create alternative energy out of that. First, we produce steam, and the steam turns turbines. We use the steam to steam kiln dry the lumber. And then when turning the turbines, we're making energy. We are the largest private producer of power in the state of California. We make so much power that we can run all of our sawmills, our corporate offices, our window plants, our millwork plants, everything that we do. And on top of that, on average, about 240,000 homes a year. If that's not off the grid for a manufacturer, I don't know what is. The other thing, and I'll leave you with this, that we do that I really think is good for the environment myself, and I think all you'll understand this, is we're a near zero VOC manufacturer. Whatever we do in our plant in California obviously meets California EPA. Some of you may or may not be aware that we're building a new plant. We've actually got it under operation right now in Phoenix City, Alabama. That's the 5th location, in other words, 5 states that we operate in. And this 95-year-old man made the statement that when he went into other states and said, everybody said, well, why are you doing this? You don't have to do that to meet state EPA. And he said, we do everything we do in California, we're going to do everywhere we operate. So we have a plant that's operating to California EPA in southern Alabama. And again, I just think that's fantastic. And the one last thing I want to mention, I don't know if any of you saw this or not, but I think this was so cool. Last fall, Red went out. Everybody calls him Red. He went out with the great grandkids and he planted the 300 millionth seedling at the company. There's a little, as he refers to, my little window and lumber company and window and door company. We planted the 300 millionth seedling. So if you stop and think about that, we plant about 9, maybe 12 million on a heavy fire year because we lose trees to fires too. But 300 millionth trees, he didn't just start planting trees last year or last decade. It's been going on for decades. And that really is the culture of both Sierra Pacific Industries and Sierra Pacific Windows. I just want to say thank you again. Y'all have blown me away. For almost 5 years on COTE, I've just not seen this big of a turnout for a COTE event. I've already sent pictures to Carol Pedigo and Lauren and Erica Weeks. I was talking to her on the way over here yesterday, and she couldn't believe the turnout that she said. She said she'd love to be here, but she's hoping to join some today too, for those of you know Erica. Thank you.
Thank you so much, David. That's wonderful. Okay, now the Tennessee Valley Authority. I don't know if by a show of hands who knows TVA. That's an easy one. I'd like to invite Jason up to the stage to talk with us. Thank you so much. Let's clap it up.
I think I just click be in here. So I will have a couple of slides, but I want to start by saying a few words. First, thanks for the invite. Thanks to KUB and the city of Knoxville. And as you may or may not know, we sell power across 7 states, and KUB is one of our biggest customers right here in Knoxville. And so it was a pleasure that Chastity reached out to us after you made contact and got us invited today. So thank you. for allowing us to speak for a few minutes. I work for a part of TVA called Energy Right. So TVA Energy Right exists to help business and residential customers across the valley reduce energy costs while supporting reliable, affordable power for the entire region. So right now, there are a lot of demands that are increasing the amount of power that we need to generate. The one that's on everybody's minds right now is data centers. So you mentioned water. They use water too, right? So we think about, you know, all of the Google AIs and all the different artificial intelligence that's spurring the growth of a lot of extra power usage as well. And so TVA and power companies all over the nation are racing to kind of meet that demand, and energy efficiency and demand response are some of the most environmentally friendly ways to meet those demands, right? So the most efficient energy you can use is just to not use that energy at all. And so that's where we kind of get our start. And so by helping our customers use energy more efficiently, we strengthen the overall electric system, keep rates stable, and ensure that we can meet the growing demand while making the best use of our existing resources. And so that is the story of kind of sustainability, using our resources the best way possible. And as I think about that, I like the question, who knows who TVA is? We'd like to a good day is when nobody thinks about us, right? So the days you think about even KUB a little bit is when you get a power bill and then when the power's off. And those are both bad things for us to talk about. But this is, it's a real pleasure to work in a group that's more about some of the good things we do. And so when you guys are looking to save energy, use less of the products that we sell, our group exists to make your dollar go further. So if you need to spend a lot of money on a new HVAC unit or new lighting, or if you're in an industry and it's really, really large investments, well, maybe we can bring that back and make that a purchase that you do this year rather than next year, or something that you think about for 5 years and you can never fund that. And so our energy efficiency incentives buy down the capital cost. I'm going to talk about a couple of those detailed options today that I think kind of connect with this conference a little more. My background is mechanical engineering. I was in consulting engineering before I came to TVA. I was a consultant at an architecture firm, and I was the guy that walked to all the architects and said, "Oh, you want it to be more efficient? Those units are bigger." And so, yes, I'm cheating into the square footage of the building, and sometimes the ductwork's bigger, and don't hate me. I'm doing what you asked me to do. So for the new students, don't hate your engineers. They're just doing what they have to do. And usually you ask them to do that. So a little bit more about what's happening with the power system. We give it kind of cool names up here, but you can see things were rising steadily up to around 2008. We hit a recession. This is not the economy. This is energy use that you're seeing up here. And that's what happens when the kind of the country hit a recession. Then you see basically when you weather normalize the data for the next 10 years, there wasn't a lot of load growth. Then as we got into post-pandemic growth, particularly here in the Valley, a lot of people decided to move to this region. And so we've seen a lot of in-migration. So there's more people using power in the Valley. And then now things are growing. And AI is one of those, industry is booming. A lot of things are happening that use power, but we can take energy efficiency and demand response programs and decrease what we expect to grow by 20% over the next 10 years. And that is what we are aiming to do. I won't make you read all of this. We've got some details back in the back of the room. If you grab one of those nice giveaways, one of the things we got in there is some marketing materials in a folder. Talks about all the energy efficiency incentives. The reason I'm telling you about them is because a lot of times customers don't know what we have to offer. And you guys are a voice to those customers. You're advising them on how they should design a building most efficiently, how should they use their space. You'll be involved. Architects lead the way in terms of conversations with mechanical, electrical, plumbing engineers that are supporting the design of a building. And so you influence those things. I'm going to get into the details of one of those offers, but across the board, just realize that there are lots of incentives that are out there to help your customers. And if you got a question about one of these, I can dig into it, but that's not really where I want to spend my time today. And everything you see on this slide Those numbers are getting even bigger as we go into October 1st of next year. And I can't talk about all of the new incentives and the new levels quite yet, but those numbers are getting bigger. So check back. Chastity at KUB and others will be able to have all of that, all the latest information, and it'll be all over the websites that we have for these products as well. I'm going to spend a lot of time today on our new construction LED lighting and make sure that you guys understand that. Something that you can affect as you're designing the buildings on the front end and help your customers to get paid back for making wise energy decisions. So we have what is currently a 10 cent per kilowatt hour. And what we're saying is for every kilowatt hour that they save within 12 months, we're going to pay 10 cents. And so I'll go through how we calculate those kilowatt hours. But in general, if they saved 100,000 kilowatt hours over the next 12 months because of the wise energy decisions on their lighting that they're making, that's a $10,000 check. They saved 1,000,000 kilowatt hours, $100,000. So you kind of get the idea there. All of that is based on lighting power density, LPD. And so you can probably get, I don't know, maybe 0.1 credit hours for me explaining what LPD is for a minute here. But the IECC kind of talks about lighting power density in a certain way, and they have calculations set up. And what we've seen is across the valley, we're not going to the most efficient building codes right as they come out. So if you guys will help your customers to design above code on their lighting, we're incentivizing kind of what's above code. So we're using the baseline code of 2009. And if you're using something that's even greater than the current code, that'll be compared to those 2009 baselines. And then we have documentation that's required. ComCheck, if you don't know what that is, I'll walk through a little bit of that today, or similar. And then specification sheets. And then we just need to know that the projects actually happen at the end of the day. And so we require you to kind of verify the square footage and show us some lighting invoices that these things were actually paid for. So a little bit more about what is lighting power density, and I'll hit it super fast, and all of these slides can be shared with your folks afterwards if they want to dig in. But what we're looking at is the total installed wattage divided by the total square feet, and you get kind of a so many watts per square foot when we look at it like that. The lower a lighting power density can become and still meet the lighting, and illumination requirements of the space that you're designing, the more efficient that building will be when it comes to the energy that they're using. So it's not just it goes from, we need lights in that space too. Let the electrical engineer figure out the lighting, to, hey, I want to make sure that we're designing this building more efficiently than code. We're going to get some incentives for this customer. I want you to show me that and show me how you've calculated. Architects, you don't have to do all of that work, but just having that conversation with that electrical engineer that's going to be doing that work, making sure that your lighting providers are kind of interested and know that you want to be a little bit better than code, that's the kind of conversation to have on the front of a project. Again, I won't read all the details. I bring these up just so you can kind of see what this means, right? So what are the typical lighting power densities for different spaces? And then we look at how many hours a year do those spaces typically run? Well, we can't know in advance, like how many hours you're going to run that space a year. We just say, in general, if that's a courthouse, it's 3,116 hours a year. And then, for example, way down at the bottom, a parking garage, those lights never turn off. 8760 is kind of where you are with a parking garage. It's not lit as bright as the diamond store. It's a little bit lighter lighting, but those lights run all the time, so we can make them more efficient. Those are saving energy all the time. So the more light runs, the more efficient you want it to be. So what is ComCheck? It refers to a software tool developed by the U.S. Department of Energy. It's part of the ASHRAE standard 90.1. And then it indicates the total allowed wattage of a space. And then what we're doing is comparing that to the design wattage of the space when we calculate the savings. Here's some example incentives for some based on those annual run hours that we talked about on the previous charts, and what is required by current code and some square footages. If you look at that, so the kilowatt hour saved on a school K through 12 by installing 0.84 of the lighting power density, 19,000 kilowatt hours saved. There'd be a check for that school of $1,950. If you go to a larger space like the hospital, the example we've got here, 150,000, those actually run more hours than a school. And you're seeing installed a 0.67, that would wind up getting a $51,000 incentive check. That, I'm not trying to tell you every hospital gets a $50,000 check if they put in efficient lights. These are examples of if they go above code, we calculate the difference, we measure that out, and we're able to incentivize those. Because everything I just talked about is kind of complicated and different on every project, we've developed a calculator. It's available on our website as well. And this is not a functional model, it's just a still shot from that. But you plug in the factors, a couple of things about the site, and it's going to spit out the expected savings results. The hard part is still designing the actual lighting and calculating for your space what you intend to put in there. And then you put that value down to find out how much you saved and how many dollars you could get in an incentive. For everything we have, there's a process for how you go about getting these incentives. Again, I won't dig into it real deep. I just wanted to kind of talk it over with you. But the first 3 steps are around initiation, review, and then we make an offer. So before the customer spends the money, they get something in writing that says, hey, here's what you told us you were going to do. Here's what we expect that to save you. And here's the incentive that we intend to pay. And then they commit to that, they install that, and we may or may not need to come out and walk every couple of sites. Most of the time we don't, but a certain percentage actually get walked to make sure that nobody's trying to defraud the federal government. TVA is part of the federal government, so we have a lot of integrity around making sure that we're actually using ratepayer dollars wisely. So at the end of the day, we're making sure that the projects actually get installed and that lights were installed the way that they were predicted. And then we kind of proceed to payment. And so pretty rapidly after people say they're done, within like 6 weeks, they're getting a check in the mail. So a couple of things you might wonder about all of this is, who does TVA actually serve? So this first slide is the overall 7-state service territory. You see up in the upper right here, we've got the Knoxville service territory. All of that big bubble is KUB. And then not as much important that you know all the customer service districts as we've got here on this slide, but I'm using that to kind of show you a little bit more on a separate slide so you know who to reach out to. So then we have the Preferred Partners Network. That is a group of vendors, other consultants. So if you're an architect in the room and you'd like to become one of our PPN members, you can sign up and then do this fill out the applications on behalf of your customers and not have to rely on a vendor or a contractor to fill that out. Becoming a PPM member is free and the applications are online. If you have questions on that, you can reach out to KUB or some of the folks that I'm about to put on this next slide that are kind of full-time supporting customers here in this area. And so this is our sales consultant team. Here in the Knoxville area, we've got Adam Borden and Merrick Chikelski, if I've said his name right. Is that how you say it? And just have their email addresses up here on screen for you guys. Again, we'll distribute the slide deck so y'all have that. But you get started on something and you're like, I remember everything Jason said yesterday when Jason said it, and now I can't remember all the details. So that's when we want to make sure that you've got friends to reach out to. And then finally, if you're interested in knowing when all of our stuff changes, because you were so enticed by my presentation that you never want a customer to miss out on an incentive, please scan this QR code. And if you submit an email address, we'll make sure that you're emailed on all of the updates as they happen. So, and again, we're not one of those people that are trying to send you an email every day. It's going to be like every 3 months. We have an update and we give you some interesting stuff and let you know how customers are benefiting from this. So that is what we were all about. Do you have any questions for me? All right. Well, hope you enjoy the gifts and thanks for allowing us to come and talk to you for a few minutes.
Thank you so much, Jason and TVA. Okay, and finally, I'd like to welcome Patience Melnick to the stage, our City of Knoxville Director of Sustainability. So what better person to speak to our city's progress? Thank you so much. Let's clap her on too.
Hi, everyone. So yeah, I'm Patience Melnick, Director of the Office of Sustainability at the City of Knoxville. And while we're all making confessions today, my confession is that I am a architecture school dropout myself. Um, I left in 2010 to have one of my two greatest designs, which was my second child. But that's all to say that I have probably, slept at the same desks as many of you have also napped at, and that I have a lot of love and respect for your profession. So I'm really extra thrilled to see all of you here today, learning this new tool to integrate sustainability into your designs. I think it's fabulous. I am going to speak at an upcoming AIA East Tennessee presentation meeting on September 23rd at noon at Jackson Terminal. I hope to see some of you there. But I did want to take this opportunity to kind of talk about the city of Knoxville and what we're doing and how we might work together in the future while I have you here as a captive audience. But I hope to see many of you there for kind of a more detailed presentation on these items. So I'm sure many of you have seen pie charts like this one on the left before. These are the community-wide emissions, a little dated now, but from our last inventory of community emissions. And when I say that, I mean everything within the boundaries of the city of Knoxville. And as you can see, buildings and facilities make up 37% of those emissions, which is slightly higher than the national average, according to the EPA, which is 31%. Over on the right, these are municipal government emissions. So really the emissions from everything that the city is doing, all of our fleet vehicles, police, fire, all of our buildings, our kind of internal operations. And you can see that buildings and facilities here, it's a little bit of a misrepresentation. It looks like the highest emission, but then when you kind of look a little closer, vehicles and equipment, employee commute, and public transit, of course, are all transportation. So they are our second highest. You can see that downward trend. We kind of disregard the 2020 numbers as an aberration. But that line was coming down really in large part due to the energy mix that TVA has and taking coal plants offline and bringing a lot of natural gas, but also renewable energy online. So when they change that energy mix, that kind of changes our foundational the foundation of our emissions. But we do have on top of that our emissions, and we're also bringing those down, because of sustainability improvements. Whoops. So just broadly speaking, we divide our office's work into kind of two general buckets. One is we consider ourselves kind of in-house consultants for all the other departments. We really try and support their work in being more sustainable. I think our best example of this is fleet. There was a time when our office, we do a lot of internal data analysis. We were really, showing them evidence of how we could move forward with EVs. And they have really taken that up and run with it themselves. They have their own green fleet policy now. And pretty much whenever they can, they're replacing vehicles with EVs. So that's kind of the ideal of how we work internally, but you could see that list there of other departments that we work with. Just trying to, again, just improve daily operational processes, keeping kind of our side of the street clean and trying to be a leader in the community and sustainability. The other bucket is partnering with community groups and just the broader community. One thing, I will say that this work, going back to that last slide of the pie chart and the graph, our emissions are a mere about 2% of that pie chart. So we have a lot of control over what we do with our operations, but those levers that we can pull in the broader community are fewer, right? We don't tell businesses and residents what to do, for the most part on their private property, for example. So it's, we're always looking for ways that we can influence that bigger pie chart. So projects for the public, one example of that would be EV charging infrastructure. We're not going to tell people what kind of vehicles to buy, but if we provide those charging stations, that really helps alleviate that range anxiety and give people the confidence to buy an EV. We also have fabulous partners. We work very closely with Chastity and her team at KUB and with many other organizations and nonprofits. And that takes the form often of grants. If we receive a large grant, federal grant or whatnot, we partner on those very frequently. An example of that would be with Trees Knoxville. They received a multi-million-dollar grant from the USDA to plant thousands of trees, and we're a partner on that project. We also give grants. I don't know if I would call them grants exactly, but we give funding to groups to carry out some projects. An example of that would be SEED and their kind of energy efficiency home upgrade program called SHIP that just wrapped up. And then the other way that we work with partners is in planning processes. And we're currently working on the Breathe Regional Climate Action Plan. It's due out in November. And this is an EPA funded project and the first regional climate action plan for this area. So we're working with, hundreds of individuals on that project. Specifically around buildings, our office has been around for more than 15 years. So there have been many projects and many programs. Some things that we're working on right now, and that I would say is one of our first projects too, is our solar program. We installed the convention center solar, I think it was way back in 2008. So that array is, it's getting older. We just reassessed it. We're tuning it up and making sure that we're getting as much energy out of it that we can. Number two is in italics because that one is not built yet, but it's under contract. It'll be our second biggest array for the E.B. Davidson Rec Center, and it's our first with battery storage. So we're really excited about that. And we're already exploring additional locations. And then, of course, we're a partner on KUB's first community solar array. That's the one that you see on I-40. Show of hands, do you all know what an energy savings performance contract is? Is that a term you're familiar with? Okay, great. Well, I hope you join me on the 23rd and we can really dig in. But there's a lot of words on this page. But in short, an ESCO is an energy savings company, and we, in the past, in 2008, entered into an energy savings performance contract with an ESCO. Ameresco is their name. And essentially, they came in, they did an assessment of all 99 of our buildings and, made a big list, master list of all of the energy efficiency upgrades that we could implement. So many different kinds, saving water, working on the envelope, solar in, I think, just one or two cases, weatherization, and then all of these buildings are put under controls so we can see how they do over time. So they come in and they did all of this work in the span of a year or two, and then they roll the financing for that. They roll the energy efficiency savings into the financing. And so it's a great way for the city to take care of some deferred maintenance and really tighten up our buildings, make sure that they're performing at peak levels, and of course minimize our emissions. And we're currently about to do this again. We're in the procurement process to do a second round of this. Last time it was financed for 15 years, but we finished it a little early. It was a $19 million project. And we saved, because of these upgrades, we saved about 1.5 million a year. So you can see that over time, these upgrades will pay for that work. So that's something we're really excited about. We entered the DOE's Better Building Challenge in 2012 with a goal of reducing our emissions by 20% by 2022, and we met that goal early in 2020. But we continue to take part in that program. They offer assistance with these types of upgrades, and we're currently, our reduction in energy intensity is 33%. The last thing I wanted to mention before I step off is this is a provisional name, but our high performance building guide. The city in general, when we're considering giving TIFs and pilots, facade grants, affordable housing grants, we urge developers and builders to implement sustainability features in their designs. But we haven't, as of yet, really provided real guidance about what that means and what we would like to see. So we're not trying to reinvent, the LEED program, but we are trying to assemble, like I said, some guidance for some incentives for developers to implement those measures. So if this is something that you have thoughts about and would like to be involved in, if you have suggestions, or if you might be willing to review our draft, we really want this guide to be, practical, actionable, realistic, but also a stretch. I urge you to take down my contact info and let me know. Any questions? Okay, great. All right, thank you all. I hope you have a wonderful and fruitful afternoon.
All right. I'm actually going to zoom all the way back real quick. And I'd like all of our sponsors to come back up here, and let's give them one more round of applause. And I want to get a picture with you all. And like I'm doubling down on bringing them up again, because events like this with AIA and anything like that, these can't happen without sponsorship. So that's why this is so very important. So somebody with the camera, please take a photo of us. Dan's going to do it. Let's see, is that going to get their logos behind us as well? Thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate it. Yeah. Okay, we're at 12:48. We are going to introduce our presenter at 1. So you all have 12 minutes to finish your lunch, get some coffee, go use the restroom. Again, if just some housekeeping things, like Wi-Fi is open as a public one. So if you can't find it, ask your neighbor. I'm sure they found it. But mingle and meet each other, and then we'll get started at 1 o'clock. Thank you all. Okay, everybody, 2-minute warning. 2-minute warning. We're gonna get started. So find your way back to your seat. Dan. Excellent. Let me skip forward. Oh. Okay, Dan's gonna have to have his face on the screen in front of everybody. All right, we're gonna get started. Everyone take a seat. It's 1 o'clock. I want to keep us on time so we can actually get through all the great content. Okay. Um, so Dan Stine, I don't know, from a show of hands, does anybody know the office Lake Flato? Yeah, that's, I think everybody in here probably does. But so Dan's, are you in, they're in their San Antonio office? So from the San Antonio office in Texas, Dan Stine is the director of design technology there and also leads the research program with the office. He's also a part of the AIA Committee on the Environment COTE Leadership Group at the national level and is involved in many, many other things. But I reached out to Dan because he is one of the foremost voices in our nation, leading both the coupling of technology and implementation, but also an aspirational environmental agenda in the built environment. What we're talking about today, of course, is Insight for Revit. It's a program that many of us use in our practices, and with some recent upgrades and additions to it, is that much more available and usable for both operational and embodied carbon. So there's no better person to be here to speak with us today. So everyone give Dan a welcome and a hand of applause when he gets up here. A round of applause and a hand of applause. That's a new thing. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Cameron. Thanks for inviting me, and thanks for all of you. This is a great turnout. I have lots to share. I'm going to start out with just a sort of an icebreaker type thing and make some random comments and loose tie-ins to all the sponsors. So most of them have left, which is fine. I had a chance to talk to them before they left, but the very first one though is this facility. It actually reminds me a lot of this similar facility in my hometown in Duluth, Minnesota. Had very similar like train museum and other things. I just took a quick peek in the back. Most notably was the stained glass piece right here. It didn't say this on the plaque, and if they don't know this, they should definitely look into this because our city has one, and it's also in a protected glass. But it was made by Tiffany and Company and is worth millions of dollars. And the city keeps pondering selling it because when they run into budget shortfalls, should we sell that thing? And I don't think they should. But anyways, also on the KBU and TVA. How many? All of you, I'm sure, have heard of Energy Star, right? Anybody know what the star in Energy Star stands for? It's going to blow your mind. The Texas Lone Star State. Austin Energy Star is what this thing started out as, and it was a grassroots effort trying to avoid a new energy plant that was being projected and manage the demand side load. This grassroots effort, people were running around with these little star-shaped stickers, sticking them on appliances in stores to tell you which one is better. And then they ended up selling that to the Department of Energy for $1, like the program. And then they just dropped Austin, and now it's called the Energy Star. Hopefully it's still around for a while. That's obviously a little tenuous right now. But anyways, that's a really cool story. What else? There was another comment I was going to make. So Sierra Pacific, I'd already said hi. They're a sponsor of the COTE National Leadership Group, which is amazing. Allows us to do some really great things, supporting different efforts, including this new climate justice, climate action papers that are coming out, authored by Adele Houghton, who has a PhD in public health from Harvard, master's in public health from Johns Hopkins, a master's in architecture from Princeton, and undergrad in architecture from somewhere else equally as interesting. She created this framework called the Architectural Epidemiology Playbook, and we hired her to create these series of articles, kind of like the ethics guides that the AI has, but on what climate justice is and how to do it, looking at case study projects. So that's really cool. And then, of course, Lake Flato has specified some Sierra Pacific windows as well. So definitely great to have them as a sponsor. And then did I miss one? The city. Yes, the city. So really cool thing. It's cool to see what the city is doing here. Another maybe surprising thing to you all, and I always like to end presentations like specifically on this. If Texas can do this, anybody can do this. The city of San Antonio is the 7th largest city in the United States. There's 1.5 million people in the city limits, bigger than Dallas. It's the 2nd largest city in Texas, Houston being a million people more than San Antonio. In 2022, the city council voted to ban mechanical demolition of 1 to now 8 family homes. So if you want to remove a home in San Antonio, it has to be deconstructed by a certified deconstruction contractor. The city subsidizes training local contractors by an all-woman owned company from Savannah, Georgia, that comes for 2 weeks, trains the contractor in while actually disassembling a house, basically unbuilding it in reverse order. All the materials have to go into the circular economy. There's this large Air Force base that was decommissioned in San Antonio, and all the generals' homes, there's like 12 of them, these really big houses, are where these window panes and counterweights and these sashes and everything are all stored. And if anybody who has a 100-year-old home and wants to fix it up, they actually can use those products for free. And then the last really cool sort of climate justice piece as well is that the city spun up something like unto a library. So every city has a library. Check out a book for free. The city has a professional grade construction tool library. And they have a technology layer. They use this company called Reaply. And in this app, when you log in, you can first of all see all the materials that are available. As architects and designers, that's the hardest thing to find out what's available, how much, and then use it on your project. But then in there's also sawzalls and hammer drills and even some consumables like paintbrushes and drop cloths. And I could go on and on about that. One other really quick thing on a website, I can send you a link to this later if you're interested and want to promote that here even. They put the Department of Historic Preservation and some local community members put together a report in 2020 or 2021 to convince the city council that this was important. And a couple of things were, in 2020, enough wood went into the landfill from single family homes that could build 700, 1,200 square foot homes. The other thing, another climate justice thing, is that the air quality that is affected in a radius around the deconstructed site. They come in at the backhoe and tear the house down in a day and a half, and the air quality, usually affecting low income and underrepresented neighbors, is pretty substantial. So anyways, that's a pretty cool story for San Antonio. A few just random questions for you to get started. First of all, more importantly, how many of you are students? I know I sat next to one. Awesome. Great to see you all here. Super exciting. It's going to look good on your resume and in your portfolio, more importantly. I'm actually an adjunct professor, and after this presentation today, luckily my hotel's kitty corner from this location. I have to go back to my room and do my class for the NDSU students. But anyways, I have lots to cover, and I have some other questions. How many of you have ever done any energy modeling at all? Good, that's awesome. So that'll help us go further. I'm going to assume that most of you have not done anything, so we'll level set as we go. But if you have questions, feel free to ask and I'll try and answer them. Let's see. So as far as tools go, Insight, how many of you used Insight in the old one mainly? Has anybody used the new one at all? Yeah, just one or two people. How about some of the other competing products like Cove Tool? Anybody use that? Sapphira, the Trimble SketchUp one? Cool. And then anything beyond that, Design Builder, Open Studio, Energy Plus. I'm expecting not. One person raised their hand. Are you an architect? Okay. Mechanic? Yes. All right. Cool. And have anybody, it was mentioned earlier, has any of you have done ComCheck before? That's not an energy model, but it's like unto, right? And we will be talking about light power density. The TVA guy mentioned that. That's obviously an input into energy modeling. So yeah, I asked, so consultant, how many of you are registered architects? A good number of you. Any other consultants here? Or any engineers? Just one who can fact check along the way. If I say something, then you're gonna, what's your name? Hannah, you can look over at Hannah. Is he telling the truth? And I'm happy to have constructive criticism. I'm not trying to come across as the absolute expert, but there's lots to share. I've been doing this for a long time. I've presented on this a lot. So hopefully you all get something out of it, and more importantly, be able to go back to your firms or classes and apply this. So I like to start presentations with this slide. This is a picture of Lake Flato, our families, partners, significant others at our annual 3-day weekend at Ted Flato's ranch in West Texas, where there's no team building exercises, no talking about work, just drinking, dancing, swimming, driving these rugged Jeeps out into who knows where, looking for a swimming hole that nobody's ever swam in before is kind of one of the goals. It's a pretty magical time. Pretty hot still. It's even hot. I don't know what it is today, but yesterday it was a high of 95 and gets pretty toasty there, which is tough for a guy from northern Minnesota who used to bike year round in down to minus 20 degrees. So I'm originally from, and this is fun to say in a group like this, I'm married, but it's kind of be a funny pickup line. I'm from climate zone 7. How about you? It gets down to minus 40 regularly, but my bike actually wouldn't work below minus 20. The grease about halfway on my 5-mile bike ride to work would start to solidify. And if I pedaled backwards at all, then I couldn't pedal forwards because the little things got stuck in the grease. So that was fun. And if you look closely, you can see I had metal spiked studded tires. And when it's minus 20 out, you can't have any of your skin exposed. And on top of all that, the uphill, I walked uphill to work both ways when I was a kid story. The elevation between work and home was 500 feet. So that's like a 44-story building, right? All right. So anyways, I'm a registered architect. I mentioned already I teach. I've written 19 textbooks. One of them is the #1 book on Autodesk Revit in North America. It's used in universities and technical colleges and high schools all over the US. And 2 of the books, interestingly enough, are on architectural hand sketching. One of them has a sketch in it from the late Caesar Pelli, who I worked as a architect of record, project that he designed for the University of Minnesota, the Weber Music Hall. I have a blog called BIM Chapters that gets 20 to 30,000 views a month, and I write about this stuff and other things. Enscape pays me to write blog posts for them. I've been to their HQ last year in both Germany and Bulgaria, which was really fun. Yeah, I presented all over the world, including Singapore and Australia, Europe. Oh, and then speaking of light power density, was mentioned earlier. I'm actually the chair of the Illuminating Engineering Society committee, so it's lighting design. And once a quarter, I do training for professional lighting designers as a side gig. As if I didn't have enough to do, I'm doing light calculations for different space types, point by point luminance calculations. And then, as Cameron mentioned, I'm on the AIA National Committee on the Environment Leadership Group. There's 12 of us at the national level, and then here are the 19 textbooks. The bottom ones have nothing to do with architecture. I'll tell you about the food safety management one sometime in the future, but that's a really interesting little gig I got involved in. So here's the technical memorandum that we published last year on BIM standard parameters for lighting design. And then I also created this product at my previous firm called the MEP Productivity Pack, which is a full Revit template and sample project and user guide for doing full-blown design and construction documents for mechanical, electrical, and plumbing engineering, which my previous firm was a multidiscipline firm. Lake Flato is 99% just architects. We have some interior designers, some urban planners. We don't have any landscape architects, which also kind of blew my mind when I first started getting to know them, and in terms of coming to work for them, because one of their big things is they design buildings that integrate with the environment and nature. But we work with ecologists and landscape architects that are the right ones for the job and the location. So that really gives us a lot of flexibility. So Lake Flato, many of you said you were familiar with us. We're a 160 person firm. 120 are in San Antonio, about 30 in Austin, and then a few spread around the country. We have one in Memphis. One person, Sam, works in Memphis, California, New York, just all over. In 2019, Architect Magazine ranked us the #1 architecture firm in the United States. And we've won more of the COTE Top 10 awards than any other firm as well. So we have 5 studios. About a third of our work is high-end single-family residential, and we have an urban design studio. I have a project I might show later from that studio. We have an eco-conservation studio that does botanical gardens. We have projects at the zoo right now, Houston Zoo, and then hospitality projects under design and construction in Fiji, Caribbean, Hawaii, Montana, Aspen, and what else? Higher ed, we have projects at Cornell and UPenn. About 50% of our work is national. And then here's a few examples of the COTE Top 10 awards. A couple of fun highlights. In the lower left is a grocery store. Have any of you heard of HEB? Couple people. Yeah, even if you've never been to Texas, a lot of people have. I was kind of surprised when I moved there. What do you mean there's only one grocery store? They have 100,000 employees and are a pretty significant in creating COTE Top 10 winning caliber grocery stores, you can imagine. The upper left is the first Living Building Challenge project in the state of Texas. At the time, it was the 6th or 7th in the world. Kind of almost lower right, the World Birding Center. It won a COTE Top 10 award, I think in 2006. And it's designed for deconstruction. It's also designed in the description that you can read on the AIA website to use low embodied energy. Now we say low embodied carbon, and topic of today. So fun things. And so I have a few more, I have a set of slides on the topic at hand that I want to just walk through. I'm going to try and touch all the main points about what we're going to talk about today. About 3 times, so you'll get it from different angles and me describing it differently. Also, please, 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 if you have a question, chime in. I guess there's 6 people online, is that right? 6, 8 people online. Thanks everyone online who's watching. If you have questions, type them into the chat. I guess if you were to unmute, we can't hear you, but please just interrupt. I'm going to make sure we stay on track, so I won't let us get too far off track. If some of you have really intense questions that take a lot of time, but I'll give a quick answer and move on if we can't fully answer it quickly. So I'm also part of our 5-person design performance team, which is a pretty good sized group for a 160-person firm. There's 4 people. I'm one of the people. You know, I said there's 5, but I'm not fully dedicated to it as the other 4 are. They're basically not generally billable. They do bill to the project, but their main goal of existence isn't to be billable. Anyways, this graphic is a super high level how we approach design performance at Lake Flato. The top half is internal, and the below the line, the yellow stuff is external. We start every project doing a microclimate analysis and understanding the site before we start developing any design solution. The other thing that we try to do on every project, which is sort of the secret sauce, but we're happy to share it. And you know, we can't continue to push ourselves to be thought leaders and ahead of the pack if we're keeping all our good ideas to ourselves. And so we have this integrated design workshop where we show up for 1 to 2 days with the entire extended design team, all the engineers, the consultants, and we don't come with preconceived notions. We have hard data like the microclimate data, but we give presentations on what well building is and what LEED is and ILFI and other strategies. And then we work with the client, who also we encourage to have an extended team, the occupants, the facilities folks. Let's together decide what the goals are going to be. And then, of course, what I mentioned earlier, Adele Houghton, she has this company in Houston now, this public health and architectural epidemiology. The whole idea there is to create goals based on the actual needs of the community, not just the design team or even sometimes the client trying to decide for the community what their problems are, right? She has this like scientific strategy to, you know, draw out what the actual needs of a community are. And then let's pick goals. I mean, they might not always, you know, achieve and address all of those needs, but understanding that versus just adding a green space arbitrarily is really significant. And then there's lots of iteration. One of the things I'm going to emphasize and we're going to start with today is the need to start early. And you know, we go to a lot of, all of you probably go to presentations at conferences, and sometimes there's some post-rationalization in these presentations. You know, you look at an amazing building and it has won awards, and what could it have been better? Every building could have been better. Obviously, we only have so much time, but if you take the time early on when the design is still flexible, even before you've shown it to the client where they've gotten really excited about it and signed off on it, while you still have the opportunity to make meaningful changes that aren't going to cost a lot of time and money. Once you know, the design's kind of set, and then you realize there's some big daylight analysis problems or some passive strategies you could have implemented that have made the building more comfortable and healthy to the occupants. And then the last thing here that we love to do, it's not always possible because of time and money. And we still do it sometimes, even when it costs our own time and money and the client doesn't want to pay for it, but they're willing to let us do it, is post-occupancy evaluation, getting in there and checking light levels and air quality and energy use to make sure the buildings are performing as designed. Here's just a snapshot of this thing we have on our intranet on how we approach operational energy workflow. Can't remember if I think I have it in here, but there's another one on embodied as well, which we're going to be talking about today. So I hope I have it in here. Anyways, this also starts with the integrated design workshop and doing some early analysis with things like Autodesk Forma, and then just iterative steps. We're doing early energy modeling. If the mechanical engineer, or we're working with some really amazing consultant like Italia 10 or Bureau Happold, that you know, there's always somebody smarter than you out there. So we're happy to let those folks do the early energy modeling or the LCA or the daylight analysis. And then of course at some point it's handed off to the mechanical engineer to do, you know, the more official load sizing and energy, at least load sizing. Energy modeling and load sizing are two different things. And so sometimes the mechanical engineer doesn't have whole building energy modeling in their contract. And so that's where we start to get a little bit further past insight. And I'll talk about what we do there actually in these slides. And do some more intermediate to advanced energy modeling, which ultimately uses OpenStudio and Energy Plus. So you've probably seen slides like this, and I'm glad that earlier you saw the slide about the buildings using 40%. I like to not get too heavy on those. You're all here, so you presumably understand the importance of doing this, not just that your boss wants you to do it and gave you the day off to be here. I'm quite sure of that. So anyways, there's a strategy of things to tackle first, right? Our goal at Lake Flato, we have a design performance action plan, is to get to net zero by 2030, like everybody else. But like everybody else, we have a lot of work to do. But we start with a baseline, whatever the code minimum is, and then we start applying these passive strategies like the envelope and the lighting. We talked about light power density earlier, the plug loads, and then once we've optimized everything else, then we start looking at the active strategies, the plants and the HVAC systems, and then we talk about offsets like green energy for solar. And then here's just a basic slide talking about passive strategies. So now we're going to get into the meat of it, but any questions before we start that? The other great thing about you asking questions is I can stop and take a drink. All right, so with the new insight, in my mind, Autodesk is taking, 2 or 3 steps forward and like 1 or 1.5 steps backwards. I really liked one of the big things that was amazing about the original insight is the fact that it calculated a range of values for every input, and it pre-calculated it. And then you had these widgets that you could adjust to see the effect on air infiltration or different HVAC systems. And so that particular thing doesn't exist anymore. But ultimately, these are still the levers that we have in terms of adjusting the energy use of a building. So there's HVAC systems and light power density and window to wall ratio. A lot of these can either be explicitly modeled or they can be looked at analytically, like window to wall ratio. You can specifically design the windows if you've already thought through that far, or you can type in like some ASHRAE standard or what you imagine the window to wall ratio would be as just a number, and it'll calculate it based on that. So we're going to look at 3 different things. I guess let me just go back to the outline really quick. I didn't point this out clearly. Sorry. So we're going to look at the Revit plus energy analysis model workflow. So this is the part you have to do in Revit, and it basically is the required steps. The steps are pretty much exactly the same as with the original insight, with the new insight, and then with this intermediate to advanced workflow that I was talking about. The intermediate to advanced workflow, there's more things you can add to the steps, but the initial steps are the same all the time. You have to have some sort of space developed in Revit. You have to tell it where you are on the earth. You specify the orientation if you know it. And then there's some basic things like the internal loads that you need to specify. And then you push it to the energy modeling tool. But before you push it to the energy modeling tool, in Revit, you have to create the energy analysis model. I forgot to ask in terms of tools, has anybody used like Rhino and Grasshopper type tools for energy modeling? So no matter where you're doing energy modeling, the COTE tool, Sapphira, Rhino, and Grasshopper bug tools, All of those things require ultra simple models, single plane surfaces that represent the exterior wall and the roof. On the other hand, at Lake Flato, we use Climate Studio, which is an add-in to Rhino for all of our daylight analysis. It's a really great tool, fun little share that it was sort of top secret, but they just told me I could start talking about it because I have a presentation for the Boston Society of Architects coming up on lighting analysis. And Climate Studio is currently working on, and I have access to it, an add-in for Revit that will do the lighting calculations in Revit. So you don't need Grasshopper or Rhino at all anymore. So the great thing about that is it'll make it accessible to a lot more people. But anyways, whereas the energy analysis model needs super simple geometry, lighting design models, on the other hand, can be a little heavier, messy models. Currently, there's an add-in for Revit by Climate Studio that its sole purpose is just to get a Revit model into Rhino. It flattens the glass and it'll do a polyline outline for every room with the room name and number transferred into Rhino, so you can specify the occupied and unoccupied spaces. But the energy analysis model has to be super simple. So if you're not using this Revit workflow, you're always having to recreate it. And what I'm going to actually start with is a different workflow that always works 99.9% of the time. We're going to look at massing models and how you can create really good, almost perfect every time envelopes with all the inputs being perfectly defined, from glazing to walls and roofs. And so anyways, that's the first thing we're going to look at, though, is what has to happen in Revit. The next thing, I'm going to sort of jump past the main discussion and look at this intermediate to advanced workflow that I was alluding to. There's another opportunity. Once you're done setting up the Revit model and you want to do an energy model, you can either use Insight in the cloud or Revit systems analysis in Revit, which is meant for mechanical engineers, not architects. But all of you who have Revit installed on your computers also have something called Open Studio and Energy Plus installed on your computers by Autodesk. And so this actually uses that. It does a full Open Studio report that you can view within Revit. It's all pretty cool stuff. Recently, I used it for a compliance energy model for the city of Dallas that was approved for permitting. So it's a pretty sophisticated tool. And then the number 4 there, we're going to look at Insight Total Carbon. And these are just the slides. And then we're going to get hands-on. And I plan on getting hands-on probably at the top of the hour, if not before that. But so let me get back to where we were. I just want to spend some really good time setting the stage here on the basics before you have to start looking up and following along with the clicks and picks. So the most basic way of approaching this process in Revit, like I said, it works all the time. And even if you already have a Revit model, and sometimes they get really messy because architects are sort of breaking the rules and using a floor as a countertop and a ceiling. Yeah, right. And sometimes there's good arguments for this, but what I'm describing here is exactly why I try to limit that from happening, generally speaking. But using a ceiling as a floor, I know people who do this. So even in those cases where the model is messy, and sometimes they're just messy, like modeling a historic building like this, there's all these layers of walls on the outside of the building, and the energy analysis model is not getting created properly. I usually tell people in our office and outside, like I'm telling you, if you spent more than 2 to 3 hours trying to get the energy analysis model working, you're better off just starting a new Revit model, linking in that messy Revit model, and creating a Revit mass around it. And I'll describe later why that works really well and is a super valid approach, because it actually takes into account the requirements of ASHRAE 90.1 Appendix G. But we'll come back to that. But on the screen here, there's essentially only 3 element types. Actually, there's 4 when I was just looking at this last night, refreshing myself on this presentation. There's mass elements. There's a building that's going to be considered as part of the energy model. And then there's 2 adjacent buildings, which are going to be blocking solar heat gain, right? Those are three masses. And then there's mass floors, which are wherever the floor level intersects the mass that's going to be considered conditioned, an analytical floor plate is created. And so that's not actually something you create, and it's sort of like a Revit room object. It's always updating itself. So if we took the slope side of the building and tapered it, all the floor plates would adjust. Each floor plate would be different. And you can actually make a mass floor schedule in Revit. And at this point, already know what the gross square footage is of the building. Has nothing to do with energy modeling, just general early design workflow strategy. The next thing we have is the curtain walls. So if you did want to explicitly design the windows, you wouldn't have to have these. You could just, like I mentioned, type in 30% window to wall ratio or 22 or 45, and it would just automatically create that. But in this case, the curtain wall is coplanar with the face of the mass. And so when you turn this into the energy analysis model, it has some really smart algorithm built into it that will actually turn it into a perfect surface with exterior walls and glazing. And then the fourth element, technically, is I did add a floor element here. It could be a balcony or a sunshade. And then from that, you specify the location on Earth. Fun fact, we'll look at this. This is also true in Knoxville. I double checked, but when you pick a location here, it shows all of the adjacent weather stations. Any of them that start with the number 59 are official weather stations, which are the ones almost exclusively that the mechanical engineers would use. And they're almost always at an airport. This doesn't allow you to use future weather data, unfortunately. Autodesk Forma actually has an ability to update future weather data, which is really cool. And then, again, just sort of setting the stage as to the workflow and what's possible. Once you have the geometry, the building, the location, windows if you want them, you go into the energy settings dialog box. And as you can all imagine, a massing model doesn't have any interior walls, but buildings almost always have rooms inside them, right? And they're typically 15-foot deep. If we're going to pick a magic number, ASHRAE 90.1 Appendix G, which is the appendix on if you're going to do early energy modeling, follow these rules. One of them is always use the same energy modeling software for the project. That seems like common sense. Another one is you need to simulate a perimeter thermal zone that's 15 feet deep. And so some of the competing products that I mentioned earlier with that are in the space for architects miss a lot of really important things. Like they'll take either an entire building as one thermal zone, which is really bad, or each floor plate as a thermal zone. And that can throw the numbers off by more than 10% because it's mixing the solar heat gain on the entire floor. Whereas in the morning, when the sun's beating in on the east side, it might require cooling on that 15-foot side. And if it's you have a big diurnal shift and it's really cold out still, the west side of the building might still need heating. But if you have just one floor plate and it's the energy model is just trying to mix all that up, it's not as accurate. So anyways, there's this notion of perimeter and core thermal zoning. So 15 feet all the way around the building is a sort of a fake room that's 15 feet deep. And then the rest of the building, this core zone, is really efficient because it doesn't touch the outside at all, except for the top floor, which would then have a roof. So all of that is baked in here. And then you click this little edit button, and at the top of that center dialog box is where you could type in a window to wall ratio if you didn't model any windows. Down at the bottom center of this dialog box, we'll talk a lot more about this, but you can specify the envelope settings and get super, super accurate. We'll talk more about what I mean by being super, super accurate in a little bit. But on the right are the options that you can see. So here's an option for glazing. And there's actually probably close to 60 or 80 options in this list. And it actually, in parentheses, in addition to just a generic double glazed domestic, it has the solar heat gain coefficient and the U value, and sometimes it will always have this, but sometimes listed there, the visual light transmittance value. And then if that weren't enough when it comes to glazing, each window that you model, so if you do model a window, like I did in this example, I had the curtain wall coplanar with the mass. Revit's glazing properties have these type properties that you may have never seen, where you can specify the visual light transmittance, the solar heat gain, and the U value for each individual piece of glass. So you could have the west side be one glazing property and the other sides be another glazing property, or in the same curtain wall, each piece of glass could have different properties, which that would be a little crazy, but it's possible. But I know Sierra Pacific could do it, right? All right, and then Autodesk went from one extreme to the other recently. They used to have this kind of weird limitation. Well, not weird, because actually most energy modeling tools have the same thing. Either you can only specify one 24-hour period that applies to the whole year, and some other tools would let you do something different on the weekends, but that was it. Now they went to the other extreme in Revit, where you can specify a different occupant load, or this schedule can be applied to occupant load, lighting loads, and equipment loads. And you can specify a different thing for all 365 days of the year, which doesn't make, I don't know when you'd ever do that, but some of the built-in ones for schools, like the US holidays are built in, and summers are different, for example. But on the left here, you see the internal load. So in the energy settings, this is a big disconnect that a lot of people who use this workflow don't understand, and basically creates a lot of bad results if you don't understand this one little key thing. And it's not surprising that a lot of people don't understand it, because this dialog box on the left is hidden under the MEP settings. So only one person in this room has probably ever looked into that drop-down list. But in that list is this building and space type settings. And so back in the energy settings dialog box, when you picked office for building type, you probably could guess that this happened, but ultimately under the hood, it's applying a whole range of internal loads based on the building being an office. Well, what does that actually mean? If you go to this dialog box and pick office, everything on the right in that dialog box on the left are the internal loads. And earlier, the gentleman from TVA was talking about light power density. Well, that's like the fourth or fifth one down. And in fact, his example for office, it listed 1 watt per square foot. And I'm assuming that was the baseline, because Revit also lists 1 watt per square foot for office, but that actually information is pretty old ASHRAE information that Autodesk has not updated. And with the advent of LED lighting, you can get down to 0.6, and residential 0.4, because obviously there's less lights in residential per square foot. So anyways, all of this can be updated, including occupancy schedule, lighting schedule, power schedule, the heating and cooling set points. So all of these inputs times the occupancy equals the loads that need to be met, or the demand. And then just as an example, again, we're talking about creating the energy analysis model. Here's an example of a manufacturer's glass cut sheet. And there's 2 options here that I've highlighted. And in Revit, you can pick that glass, go to the type properties, and type in those specific values. Here's the other one on the other side of the building. And then when you create the energy analysis model, I should have had the glass example right here, but it's coming up next. When you create the energy analysis model, it's this super simple thing. Here's a 15-foot deep perimeter zone that I've been able to select. all the internal loads times the schedules are now reported here, highlighted in yellow as the loads that need to be met. That also includes the bodies, right? All of us are creating heat, so this latent heat load from our bodies, the math has been done to understand how much, based on the occupancy of this room times the number of bodies and the lights and other things, this is the load that needs to be met. Here's the glass example for the two locations. Well, actually, this is just for one location, right? You see the 70% visual light transmittance value in the upper left. And then the bottom one is actually the exterior wall thermal properties. And what's also important to point out here that I already mentioned the other competing products that charge a lot of money. The one great thing about what I'm showing you today is this is all free if you have Revit, right? There's no extra costs, there's no cloud credits. We, not the students, but we are all paying a lot of money for Autodesk stuff, so free. People online, maybe, I think they can see me, right? There's a camera. So I'm doing air quotes, free. Anyways, it considers not only the thermal resistance number, but also the thermal mass value for every wall type. That's super important. There is a way, and I wrote a blog post about this, to hack this drop-down list. So if you're doing the override option, which is what we do 90% of the time, I'm going to show you this mass model, and then from a drop-down list, that's a pretty robust list with probably like 100 options, including straw bale, all baked into Revit, and all the ASHRAE options. In addition to that, there's an XML file. This is not easy, and we won't be covering this today, but you can add to the list. So here's a bunch of extra Lake Flato wall types we've added, and most of them are like passive house quality wall types that allow us to really see like a upper range of something. If we're thinking about the point of diminishing returns, is it really necessary to calculate 1.5 inch, 2 inch, 2.5 inch, 3.5 inch continuous rigid wall insulation if the code minimum and then the passive house R100 isn't that big of a percentage? We probably don't need to be checking every little micro option in between. And that depends on your climate, right? I did a presentation for some students in Malaysia 2 years ago in Insight, and like all the graphs were completely flat. It didn't matter what the insulation was because it's always like 90 degree, 100 degrees and 100% relative humidity. But nevertheless, there's this really cool option to create custom options in this list. And then I was telling Cameron about this yesterday because he's worked on a passive house project and used Woofy Passive. We have a project that recently was built in just north of Chicago, a passive house project, Environmental Learning Center. Actually had some really cool windows in it that were the first of its kind. 2 German window companies that were just down the street from each other and never worked together before. One of them was triple glazed, passive house experts, and another one was bird friendly expert glazing, and these 2 companies came together and made these really interesting windows for this project. But the one thing I want to point out here, so the previous slide was talking about this override that you can apply, and it's a one or nothing, or it's just one option that you can pick, and everything that's an exterior wall has to have this option. That's the easiest thing to do. The challenge, though, sometimes is if you have 2 or 3 major exterior wall components, you might want to model all 3 of those in your design, right? Oftentimes we'll just try and pick the one in the middle and then just use that. But there is a way to use Revit wall types, and each layer in the Revit wall type has a Revit material assigned to it, right? And Revit materials can have something called a thermal asset assigned to it. And so on the right is the Woofy Passive software and how this really high performing wall was developed. And you can see the thermal mass and thermal resistance values highlighted there. And on the left is the Revit wall type. And the thermal asset listed there. And so the thermal conductivity, the specific heat, and the density, the same exact values that you can input in Woofy Passive, you can input in Revit. And then that multiplied by the thickness of the material ends up giving you, you see the two green arrows? Those are showing the same exact numbers in Revit as Woofy Passive. So I'm not saying that Revit can do passive house design, because it can't, but the envelope I mentioned, you can get it really, really accurate. And this is one of those reasons why. And then I have, let's see, couple extra slides here on just, if you're gonna do that intermediate to advanced workflow, how many of you have heard of a Revit space instead of a thing called the Revit room? So a number of you have. So a Revit room object is generally meant for architects and interior designers. A Revit space object, which programmatically is the same exact thing as a room, it fills the space and height and width, but it holds engineering data. Like actually it can do some basic, what's it called? Average light distribution calculations. And it can also hold space types. So we already talked about the internal loads for the whole building when we pick office in that energy settings dialog. Well, there's also this space types that you can apply to individual rooms. So a conference room can have an occupancy schedule, heating and cooling set points, its own light power density. So a storage room versus, a conference room versus a room like this, the loads are different. So when we do a basic, this whole building is an office, it's not super accurate, right? The kitchen in a restaurant, for example, is not as accurately captured. So you have this opportunity, and then when this exists and you create the energy analysis model, all of those required loads then get baked into those analytical spaces. This is a thing about the thermal perimeter core and zones. You'll have access to these slides, so you can read that article. The other thing is, when you do have a Revit model, we're going to start out with a space, and the file that I provided for you to download is a Revit model that mainly is meant to show you what you see here on the screen. A wall that goes, for example, in this cutaway from the top of footing all the way up to the parapet. Notice on the right, the energy analysis algorithm is super smart. It broke that one wall up into 3 surfaces. There's a below grade wall, there's an exterior wall, and then again, I don't want to say names, but one of the competing products, which I used to use, my previous firm in Minnesota was the first company in Minnesota to actually use their product. But if you change the height of the parapet in that other software, the EUI would change, which shouldn't happen. The parapet from the top of the roof up isn't part of the energy modeling equation, right? There's no inside and outside relative to that wall. The problem is they're just taking the area of the wall and feeding it into something to simplify the process. So here it's slicing it up and accurately. Below grade wall doesn't have air on one side of it, it has dirt on the other side of it. An exterior wall has air and interior. I mean, there's air on both sides, but exterior and interior. And then the shade surface, in this case, mostly isn't doing anything. But on a roof overhang, that roof overhang becomes a shade surface and blocks solar heat gain, which helps us develop our passive strategies. And then across the top, the super interesting thing is the floors that are modeled. The bottom one floor that aligns with the grade level becomes a slab on grade. Any interior floors become an interior floor. The roof is a roof, and the below grade is a below grade slab. These are all like super smart analytical surfaces. And then this slide's a little bit outdated, but I wanted to highlight the solar analysis tool. I've also written a blog post that compares Autodesk's built-in, it's an add-in by Autodesk, and I suggested you all install it if we have time, but you actually can do a really good, robust solar analysis in Revit in just minutes on any complex, no matter how complex the project is. And Autodesk actually worked with NREL to make the results similar to PV Watts. So the blog post I have shows doing the same project in PV Watts and Revit. And Revit takes like, 5 minutes versus NREL having to plug in all the angles and figure everything out. So it'll give you the PV production potential for a roof. And you can type in things like it's only 80% of the roof is going to have PV, because obviously you need room to walk around and HVAC equipment. So I'm going to go through this super quick. This is the intermediate to advanced thing. This is the Open Studio report. So I'm just sort of jumping to the end, even in this section, that you get at the end of the day in Revit. It lists the EUI. If you scroll down, it's like a 30-page report that lists all the loads. You even get really cool graphics, which you actually don't get in Insight. And then because it's using Open Studio, there's this thing called custom measures that can be interjected. And currently this workflow doesn't support service hot water, so hot water needs for each room, but you can create a custom measure. And it's complicated because you have to make an Excel spreadsheet and list each room and tell it whether it needs hot water or not. And then you feed this in and you actually get this graph and pie chart on the right that in Revit still, you're not leaving Revit. You're able to insert this custom stuff. So it makes it ultra open, not black box workflow, but it's also really complicated. You got to know what you're doing. And this is an example of the custom service hot water thing. There's also a drop down list where you have to pick what ASHRAE code you're trying to meet. And so now we're going to, well, actually, this is the intermediate to advanced thing really quick. I'm going to show you a project. Time 2 o'clock. I wanted to be done with this at the top of the hour, but super quick. City of Dallas, we're working on a new park, brand new park for the city of Dallas. And there's 2 buildings. We're actually the sub to the landscape architect. And we have an events building. This is mostly an existing structure that's being reused that was abandoned in place. And then there's another building. And so in this project, we actually set it up. You can see the thermal properties. In this case, I'm selecting earth. You saw part of the building was underground. So this has the thermal properties for earth as defined by ASHRAE. And so layers of walls, when an energy analysis model is created, are actually sandwiched together and the math is done to make them all sort of add up. So just impressing upon you that this was all set up as a really accurate Revit model, not massing. And then when you create the energy analysis model, here's the thermal spaces, and you can, in Revit, using the mechanical engineer's drawings as a reference, create all the air handling units, all the VAV boxes, create thermal zones or HVAC zones. And so when you create the energy analysis model, it dumps all the analytical spaces into their proper VAV boxes and air handling units. There's a unit heater, and there's also a mini split in one room. Those are all defined accurately. So the glazing and the roof surfaces are all defined super accurately. And then you get the results at the end here, an EUI of 38 without any renewables. Interestingly enough, architects have done a lot of work over the years to make all these custom parameters to track occupant loads. And all along, that was just built into spaces. When you select a space, there's an occupancy thing that you can pick, and it can be based on square foot a person, or you can type in an explicit number. So now I think I'm going to skip this part. Well, I better just talk about, well, how about should we take a quick 5-minute break at the top of each hour? I feel like people should get up and stretch because I'm talking a lot and I don't want anybody to fall asleep. All right, let's take a 5-minute break. 2:10, we'll be back. should do it. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Yeah. We'll go ahead and get started now.
Everyone, look at Jared Eisenhower in the back. We have 3 components of our lunch provided by Tomato Head today. The lids are not recyclable, so put it in the bin that he's at. But both your cups and your containers, those 2 can go in the recycling on the other side. So let's make our effort to do that so that we can have as little waste as possible. Thank you.
All right. Go ahead. Testing. Let's go ahead and get started. Lots of material to cover. But we'll take a break at the top of each hour like that so we can stretch a little bit. All right, I moved to a seated position because I can't do this, all the mouse clicks and drive Revit standing very easily. So I think you should still be able to see everybody. I moved that sign back so I could look over here, look for any confused faces while I'm talking. Been teaching for a while. I've gotten pretty good at that. Most people are looking at me like, what? Okay, let me say that a different way. But again, there haven't been any questions yet. But once we get into it, especially if you miss a step and if you don't ask right away, you're just going to get so far behind that you can't possibly get caught up. So I'd rather stop and help anybody who gets stuck. Obviously, again, within reason. If you have a major problem, you might end up just having to watch. But let's move on. So now we're going to be talking briefly in slides. There's only like 5 or 6 of them before we actually start doing stuff. The new Autodesk Insight Total Carbon. So when you push a Revit model to the cloud, it's using Energy Plus now. The old Insight used DOE 2.2. For the basics, it still produced generally the same results, but Energy Plus is what everybody is using, for the most part. Obviously, there's other competing engineering grade tools like IES that have their own thing. Yes.
So when we're talking about stuff that's already built into Revit, right?
Yep.
And this is the cloud computing.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Yeah. Please ask questions, because if you're wondering, everybody else is. The most interesting thing about this, I always advocate for workflows and tools that are easy to use, accurate, repeatable, and more people can do them than other workflows. Even Enscape, I've literally presented on behalf of Enscape, and I've said there's stuff that can do way better than Enscape. But as far as an ROI and an easy use, at Lake Flato, it's the only rendering software we use outside of hand drawing and Photoshop. There's literally no other rendering software. Some little AI stuff here and there now, but because it's so easy to use, you walk around our office and there's Revit, SketchUp, or Rhino on one screen and Enscape on the other screen, like every other desk all the time. It's become an integral part of the workflow. And then similarly on the energy modeling, daylighting, and even embodied carbon, we have a 5-person design performance team, and we'll do the stuff for them if they don't have time or don't want to. But we're always encouraging them to do it themselves, so they have a more instantaneous feedback loop, and they're iterating. And for some reason, we're not answering their emails at 2 in the morning when they're working on a deadline. They can do it themselves. So we'll do training one-on-one. We do office presentations like this. For the students in the room, I always tell my students that you can list stuff on a resume. My wife went to college with somebody, and after they graduated, that somebody emailed her and said, "So what software do I know how to use again? I'm working on my resume." I don't know, what software do you know how to use? And so, I see a lot of resumes and they list lots of things. But when it's incorporated into your portfolio, you're showing EUIs and heat maps, and you don't have to, you should say you know how to use it on the CV, but you don't have to, because it's just obvious and it's going to give you a leg up on your classmates and other people, even some people with experience in the industry when you're going after a job. So having said all that, this new Insight has limitations, but it's again, quote unquote free. It is accurate. Like if garbage in, garbage out, there's lots of levers that we're going to adjust. And luckily, just before this presentation, a really important one came out that there was a pretty big feature gap between the old one getting turned off and today. But this is a really good workflow. Everybody can do it. Again, the better things like Rhino and Grasshopper stuff, those can do some amazing things, but they're a huge barrier for a lot of people. It's just look at the spaghetti string of Grasshopper and say, I'd rather take meeting minutes. So, appreciating that reality, I always advocate for things like this. We still, like I said, use Grasshopper and Rhino, but when it comes to this is the main thing that we use. So once you push something to Insight, this is the first screen you see. There's a few things that are just telling you where the project is and the use type and the square footage. Those are sort of QA, QC things. If it said Boston, which maybe some of you have seen that by accident, right? That's the default location because that's where all the Revit developers are and where Revit started. In fact, our BIM manager at Lake Flato used to work at Revit before Autodesk bought Revit, and then at Autodesk for 17 years working on making Revit. So it's really cool in our office when you call for Revit support, you get that guy, which is amazing. Well, when we were designing this code, we were thinking about, okay, we just need to know how to fix it. Focus. Anyways, on the right here, you have the EUI, and then the thing you really couldn't easily get in the old Insight to the left of that is the total operational carbon. So like how much energy over the course of the year as a whole thing, whereas the EUI is like miles per gallon, right? It's an efficiency factor. KBTU per square foot per year is what the EUI is. And then to the left of that, the third one from the right is the embodied carbon number. We'll talk about that. There's some big limitations there, and I've been on the beta for that for like 3 years now, and it's getting better, and there's a lot to come. There's some really cool things about it, but there are some big limitations. So we still mainly use Tally, which is an add-in for Revit by Building Transparency, originally created by Karen Timberlake. We also have one-click LCA, but we rarely use that because, like Rhino and Grasshopper, it's really hard, and it's like professional grade LCA. And then the left there is the total carbon. So that's where the new Insight has its name, Insight Total Carbon. So operational carbon and embodied carbon merged together. If you look at the carbon part of it, you actually see this in the upper right, there's a pie chart and there's different ways of sorting it, which we'll look at later. And then down below are all the embodied carbon definitions. The really great thing about the definitions is they all come from a live connection to Building Transparency's EC3 EPD open database. That's super substantial. So embodied carbon or operational carbon is using Energy Plus and Open Studio. Those are, basically industry, high professional grade tools that mechanical engineers use as their primary tools. Not even, some of them don't even have Revit on their computers. And then on the embodied carbon side, this database of EPDs, environmental product declarations, which are standard definitions of the amount of energy that is created to extract the materials to make a thing, to turn it into a thing and ship it to the site, right? That's what we're talking about here. Once the building's built, the embodied carbon has been spent, and it's locked in stone. There's nothing you can change about it. But up until then, we can look at different material options. And so the ability to pick from that list, but then Autodesk also did another thing that's really cool. Because you have these components in Revit like curtain wall that include glass and aluminum mullions, it's a little bit more difficult to separate those out in this place here to apply different EPDs to those things. So they have these collections that have been created, and there are some specific that I'll show you, like for curtain wall. Here's an example of going into the list, this list that's in Revit that's from this uh, industry respected database, not created by Autodesk, called Billing Transparency. If you, in the upper right, I search for glazing, you get this list. Just right here, you can actually get a good sense of the impact that each material will have. Electrochromic glass, sage glass, for example. Interestingly enough, my previous firm in Minneapolis designed their manufacturing facility that's in Minneapolis. But it has a really large embodied carbon impact. Part of that, from what I understand, is actually just because of its limited production. It's sort of expensive. It's sort of, the two go hand in hand. If more people used it, it'd be cheaper. And if they had larger scale production capabilities, it would use less energy. But right now I have it highlighted there, and if you compare it to everything above and below it, it's 10 times, more expensive in terms of embodied carbon. And I guess while I'm here, I'm just quickly going to tell you the big limitations with this workflow. It doesn't do structure at all. Their current design is around the architect persona, looking so that all their examples you ever see Autodesk show are on the envelope. So this is all about the envelope. And because it generally does walls, you could also do interior walls, but you can't do furniture. You can't do structure. So that's sort of a pretty big limitation. And it doesn't include other things like Tally has acidification and eutrophication, other environmental impacts that can happen related to products. So mass timber is better for embodied carbon, but not better for acidification and eutrophication because of forest, depending on forestry practices. And then you can actually create these formulas that do super custom things so that total, the EUI and the total operational energy, you can create a custom metric that subtracts out the solar. So in the old Insight, once you saw the EUI, you'd separately, outside of Insight, have to do some math to subtract the solar, the renewable energy. And then this is my final slide, and we're going to get hands-on. So just a couple weeks ago, they finally added the HVAC system. So in Revit energy settings, there's a HVAC system drop down. That doesn't do anything anymore. They should have removed it, I guess. I don't know why they didn't. And then in the old Insight, there was some HVAC systems in the cloud. So you had these two collections of HVAC systems. And whatever one you picked in Revit showed up as the one option amongst the built-in options in the cloud. Now, in the cloud, you have this whole range of HVAC systems. And we just met with them, with one of our residential mechanical engineers we work with a lot, to try and tell them about some HVAC residential options that we really need. Those aren't really here right now. But this is an example of a ground source heat pump with direct outside air and an energy recovery ventilator. And if you look at Revit's help online, you'll see this Open Studio graphic on the right. So this thing on the right isn't necessarily anything you need to know or understand, but this is the definition of the system when you pick that second from the bottom one on the left. And then we're just, I guess, one last thing, and because you can do custom things in the upper left here, there's this window to wall ratio west. In the old Insight, the thing that was cool, as I mentioned earlier, is that it automatically gave you a range of values for window to wall ratio west. So 0, 15, 30, 70, 90. And now you can make your own drop-down list and type in the values you want. So if you know on a project, you're committed, your firm's committed to never doing 90% and making a big greenhouse out of a building, you could just leave those options out of there. And then they also don't calculate themselves automatically. You have to tell it which ones to calculate. Any questions? I see there's a ton of comments in the chat. Are there? Oh, no, okay. All right. So I'm going to get out of this slide, and now we're going to Revit. And we're going to go to new. We're going to start from scratch. That other file we're going to use later. I want to show you the most basic workflow and hopefully impress upon you how easy this is and how you could do it on every project. Even if it's not in the project budget and you want to personally do it on your own for professional development and potentially resume building if needed. But hopefully to show your firm how amazing it is, and your firm will start using it all the time. But we're going to go to new. We're using you. Hopefully everybody got the message that we're using Revit 2026. This can sort of work in previous versions, but this has been really baked into Revit 2026. So sometimes what we'll do in our office is, you know, if we're doing the massing model, obviously that's a pretty separate exercise. And then even for the Revit models, those tend to get complicated like we described. So a lot of times we're making a copy of those and doing sort of a destructive setup to create the energy analysis model. It's not being done in the live Revit model. Occasionally we pull that off, but not very often. So we're going to go to new, and instead of using this multidiscipline one that my friend Paul Aubin created, it's a little more it's a little bit overly complicated for what we want to focus on. So we're going to hit browse and select default. For the students in the room, never, ever, ever, well, all of you, don't ever use the construction default. It has like 12 different phases in it, and you can put ceilings in one view and then ask yourself why the ceilings aren't showing up in another view, because they exist in a future phase, and it's a mess. So that's not how phases should be used anyways. So default, hit open, hit OK. And while we're waiting for this, I'll just make another provocative statement. Work sets should never be used to control visibility. But we can talk about that later. All right, so we're in Revit. Let's go ahead and hit save. I can hear some rumbling. We can talk about that later. Hit save, and then just save it somewhere. I'm personally going to put this in my downloads folder. No, I'm going to put it in a folder on my desktop. Put it wherever you want, though, that you can remember where you put it. AI East Tennessee. And then you call it what, office building maybe. R26. So you remember that as Revit 26. Although it's better to say A26 because then your mechanical, electrical, structural folks receive it. They're playing by the rules and using S26 or MEP 26. And then even like Flato, we do this all the time, even though I tell us not to. Shouldn't be R, should be A26. So now we're gonna basically, there's a three main things we need to do. We need to set up the building, we need to specify the location, and then if we know what the orientation is, if you know we're doing something in a downtown lot like this, the orientation is going to be fixed. So there's not really much wiggle room there. So you might as well just set it. But we'll just start by let's go to the south elevation view and set up the levels. And this template has 2 levels. We're going to create, let's maybe make a 5-story building, and let's change the 10 to 12. So click on where it says 10 and just type 12 and enter. Fun fact, did you know you could type like 2M for 2 meters or 5 meters, and it instantly converts it to imperial? It doesn't remember that you typed metric, but if you're looking at a metric cut sheet of a window or displacement ventilation unit, you can do that. You could type 122 mm for millimeters. I don't know metric very well, so that didn't work out, but it changed it. So now we're going to copy this or array it, depending on what you want to do, but I'm just going to do copy to keep it simple. So there's a 3-story, 4-story, 5-story, and a roof is optional, but let's just go ahead and add one for fun. So we're going to rename level 6 to roof. So this is one of the more kind of specific Revit things you need to do in terms of modeling to make sure that the floor levels are defined. This is going to automatically slice in the analytical floor plates in a few minutes. We're going to go back to the level 1 floor plan. And then on the site, the massing and site tab, we're going to use the in place mass command. So go ahead and click on that, and all views have the mass category turned off by default. This dialog, in case you never read it or didn't know, is just telling you that currently and persistently for all views, massing is going to be visible, even though it's set to not be visible. So later when they all disappear and you can't figure out what happened, just remember all masses are turned off in all views, and you can go in and turn them on in the visibility graphic overrides dialog. So hit close, and then you could give it a name. You could call it building if you want, but well, let's call it building. And then later we'll create an existing building and call it existing building. That'll be a separate mass. But that word doesn't show up anywhere, and it's not necessary. So now you can see that we are in this different mode at the moment. It's almost like the family editor where we can create an extrusion. We're going to define the footprint and then extrude it up. So up here on the create tab, we're going to click the rectangle command. And then just, the 4 tags here are the exterior elevations. So we're going to draw somewhere in the middle of that. This in the lower left, roughly within this tag area. Click and let go. And then remember, we have 15-foot deep perimeter zones, and I want to make sure that I'm able to show you that. So we want to have at least a 30-foot wide building in the narrowest direction. So we're going to do something like 40 or 50. So this doesn't have to be super accurate. I'm going to do 44 by 88. You can do the same if you want to, but you don't have to have it be exactly the same. Just remember your numbers will be slightly different than mine at the end. So I went ahead and clicked 44 by 88. And then, designing for not the perfect scenario, right? The longest sides are facing east and west if north is up. But now we're going to click on the little house icon up here in the quick access toolbar. And then we're going to hit escape so that we can then select. If you're not familiar with the sketch mode, right, when the green check mark and the red X shows up, you're in a sketch mode, and you could hit escape until you're blue in the face. The only way to get out of this is to hit the green check mark or the red X, just FYI. But when we select the rectangle, now on the ribbon here, because we've selected it, we're going to click on create form, right? And that gives us this little push-pull thing. Did you know that SketchUp had a patent on the term push-pull that expired just a few years ago? And that's when other companies like Rhino and had started using it. Let's go back to with that top surface still selected. If you accidentally deselected it, you need to kind of move your cursor until you see the outline highlight and click the outline of the whole roof. And then in the south elevation, we're going to grab the blue arrow, which restricts the movement in that direction, and snap it with the roof. So this is one helpful reason to have the roof, even though it's otherwise not needed. Go back to the 3D view, only to hit the green check mark. So now we've created a mass of a 5-story building that's 88 by 44. If we select this building, one, one super important step that we need to do is apply mass floors. If we don't, it won't treat this as a conditioned building that needs to be part of the energy model. So with this mass selected, and some of this gets a little less in the weeds in terms of all the little clicks you have to do. Did everybody create their mass okay? Okay, you could, all right, good. So with this mass selected, we're going to click mass floors. This is a super important step. So click on that, and then we're going to tell it which masses or which floor datum items should be considered for that selected mass, and then click OK. And then hit escape or click off of it. You might want to turn on shaded for the visual style down here in the lower left. Just makes it a little nicer to look at. And then shift and center wheel button. So now you have a thing you can select. I selected that floor plate. Over here in the properties, it says it's a mass floor and it has a floor area and a floor perimeter. Just for fun, this will take only a couple of seconds. We're going to go to the View tab and click on Schedules and Schedule/Quantities. And on the left, I'm going to click on one and just type the letter M and then expand. There's actually subcategories available under mass, and one of them is mass floor. So we'll hit OK. And then we can add, just double click on it on the left, double click on level and floor area. And before we close this, we're going to tell it we want to have a grand total at the bottom of the mass floor column. So there's 2 steps we have to do that. On the sorting and grouping tab, we want it to sort by level. And then we also want it to give us grand totals. And then the second thing is on the formatting tab, we need to select the floor area parameter and then tell it to calculate totals. And then hit OK. And then the newer versions of Revit, you can actually zoom in on schedules. So we have 19,360 gross square feet of our building that we've been working on for 15 minutes. Now, if you want to just watch for a minute, because I'm going to show you a couple of cool things and then undo it all. If we go back to this 3D view and I select this and go to edit in place, remember I selected it so that the whole edge showed up to get the roof again. Well, if you don't select it properly, you might end up getting just that one line, which could be pulled down. And now all of a sudden, the gross square footage of our building just changed from 19,000 to 17,000. If I undo and then select this, and we want to do something crazy, I'm going to select rotate. So this doesn't have NURBS surfaces, but this is pretty close. This is almost the same thing in Revit. And on the massing and site tab, you can add walls by face. Now there's a super accurate Revit wall type. It's not a fake wall, it's an actual Revit wall type that's following that surface. But try putting a door in that. But try putting a door in that in real life. All right, so back to normal here. Our next step then is to figure out, okay, for some reason I don't have to do shift anymore to do the rotate. I'm not sure what's going on. So next thing, just to do the basic stuff, we're going to set our location on Earth. So on the Manage tab, we're going to select the location icon And you're probably all aware of this, but depending on the resolution of your screen, your icons may look different than mine. It might actually say location and be a full-size icon, but mine's this little one, Earth icon. So when this opens up, we can type in Knoxville. And then hit enter. And you got to be careful not to move your cursor over one of these little adjacent weather stations. Otherwise, this list goes away. It's a little quirk. But click on Knoxville, Tennessee. And then, remember I mentioned it shows all the nearby weather stations. There's a blog post on my blog about what this means. What do you mean a real weather station versus a simulated one? There's some statistical methods of creating, kind of interpolating weather stations, and they're all accurate, and you're not going to be in too much trouble for not doing this. And sometimes you don't have the option, but if you click like I mentioned, the ones that start with 59, and they're almost always at an airport, like this one is, that's going to be a real U.S. Weather Service weather station. The only thing you have to be careful of, usually it picks the closest weather station, which again is generally going to be fine. But if your project is either near a large body of water or a mountain, you have to stop and make sure that you pick the right one. Because in plan, they look great. But I used to live a half a mile from where I-35 ends in Duluth, Minnesota, which is on Lake Superior, the world's largest freshwater lake. The lake itself is the same size as Ireland, the entire island of Ireland. And anyways, that has 3 weather stations for this one demo I used to give. And one of them was 600 feet elevation difference. And another one was on a buoy in Lake Superior. So they all produced really different EUIs, which was kind of fun to test. And then Lake Flato, as I mentioned, we have projects in Montana and Aspen. We actually literally have projects on mountains and have broken Autodesk Forma's wind analysis because the terrain within the analysis area was too steep. But 59, hit OK. And then the very last thing, just to kind of do a good rigorous setup, if we know the true north, how many of you know how to set true north in Revit? Good number of people. So we're going to go to the site plan. In fact, all plan views have this parameter. You know, we're in the site plan view, and up here in the properties, there's an option called orientation. Even your floor plans have this. You can pick from project north or true north. So if I pick true north and nothing changes, that means nobody's ever changed true north, or in rare occasion, true north and plan north are the same. The city's been platted, you know, relative to true north, it could be the same. But in this case, because I currently have the orientation set to true north, now on the manage tab, I can click this, let's see, what's it called again? The position drop down, and select rotate true north. This command doesn't work if the view's orientation is not set to true north. So go ahead and select that. And I don't know, is Knoxville have a typical rotation relative to true north, or is it true north? Anybody know? What am I hearing? 30 degrees? Let's do 30. Let's just pretend. So you pick a point, like doesn't really matter. You pick a point to reference where you want to start the rotation from. And then you pick another point to define the arc, and then you're going to swing it. So is it 30 degrees this way? Let's just pretend it is. Obviously, if we open up Google Earth and looked at it, we could figure it out. But let's just pretend this is it. So we've set true north. You might consider duplicating this site plan and making one called site plan - true north. So you can have a project north and a true north. But if you were to set it back, it'd look like your changes were lost, but right, there's a different system that's being tracked. So it's still there, and the energy modeling only ever uses true north. Daylighting, though, on the other hand, and when you push out to Enscape, doesn't always use true north. Your view has to be set properly, just so you know. and don't make a big mistake. Okay. So now, if we look at this in the 3D view again, we have the geometry, we have the location on Earth, we have the rotation set. We'll first approach this without explicitly drawing any windows, and then we'll add some curtain walls. So we'll kind of take an iterative approach, making it more and more complicated as we go. But we're not quite ready to create the energy analysis model yet. We need to go and look at the energy settings. So on the Analyze tab, we're going to select the energy settings command, which is on the energy optimization panel. And so in here, these are the things that we need to think about. And up until now, including any changes we make in this dialog box, once we create the energy analysis model, if we change any of this stuff, the building, the true north, the location, anything in the energy settings, we actually have to manually delete and recreate the energy analysis model, because it's a really complicated process that happens in Revit, and it's too complicated to be sort of real time or instantaneous like most of Revit is. When you move a wall, the room area automatically updates. So couple things to note here. If you look at this drop down list at the top, there's an opportunity. The default is to use conceptual masses and building elements. This is probably ideal to leave set like this all the time, because it allows you to combine things like our big building plus curtain walls and roof overhangs. And that model that I gave you that will open later will really highlight this. It is possible to tell it to use building elements only. Maybe there's some vestigial mass elements in your model that you don't want it to consider. In that case, you would pick building elements only. But for the most part, conceptual mass and building elements is good. The ground plane one is a little tricky. You know, the ground outside is almost never the same plane as your main floor that you walk into. Usually the ground is a little lower for rain, reasons, right? Keeping water out. But unless there's a reason to, for simplicity, we usually keep this the same. So the one place where you'd usually not keep it the same is if there's a basement, and otherwise that first floor becomes a slab on grade, even though there is a basement. But we're going to leave this the same. This building doesn't have a basement at the moment. We'll come back and talk about the analytical resolution later. Here's the 15-foot deep perimeter zone. And then not only that, but it's going to break that donut up one per orientation. So one 15-foot zone facing east, one north, west, and south. And then everything that's left becomes one giant core zone. And that's important, again, for developing accurately the solar heat gains and whatnot. And this is in alignment with ASHRAE 90.1 Appendix G, which you should read sometime. It's just really helpful to start to build your vocabulary and understand the basics. You might want to read it while you're trying to go to sleep for the night. Can't sleep. It might be boring to some, but it's still really good to know. So I clicked on Edit under Advanced to get into this next layer of settings. All of these used to just be in one giant dialog box, and they sort of broke it up just to kind of separate the importance, although arguably they're both as important. So we're going to click up here where it says 0% and type 30 for the target percentage glazing, aka window to wall ratio. You have another option for setting the sill height and the skylight percentage. We usually never set those for this level at this point in the game. Under advanced, for the workflow that we're describing, you won't ever touch anything here. None of it is relevant at all. And then the next area down, building data, here's that, if you click on the title, it collapses that section, which is kind of annoying. But for building type, this is a basically an ASHRAE list of standard building types. And if you pick one of these, it changes all of the internal loads, the light power density, how much light per area, how many people per area, the heating and cooling set points. We're going to say this is an office building, and then we're not going to adjust any other settings down below because they also aren't relevant. There's an option here, it's defaulting to rooms. If you click the drop down, here's that other thing most of you learned about for the first time earlier today. So Revit has rooms and it has spaces. And those are two different things, but they look and act the same in Revit. They just hold different data. So if you're doing that more intermediate to advanced workflow, you're going to pick spaces. But have we drawn any rooms or spaces yet? No, so you don't actually need rooms or spaces. So in our particular, this is the easiest thing to do on every project at the beginning. This setting doesn't matter because you don't have rooms or spaces. Um, I'll talk more about how it figures out spaces in a little bit, but it involves a Minecraft reference. That's actually not super, it actually is interesting. So the very last section, we're going to come back to this, but this is where you start to specify the envelope inputs. So the roof, the wall, the glazing, all of this stuff here is a hierarchy. Everything at the very least, when we create the energy analysis model, which we're about to do, it's going to pull all of the R values from this first section. And then the second section, the schematic types, is a bunch of overrides that you can apply. So if you do apply an override for the roof, the roof is going to be used from the override, but the other settings, the walls, the windows, are all going to come from the conceptual types. And then finally, there's this detailed elements one, which we rarely use, but this is the thing where you can specify the passive house quality, passive house grade wall type by using thermal assets within a Revit material. This is really complex, and we do it sometimes, but we don't do it very often. So the only thing we changed in here is the 30% target percentage glazing. So we still need to hit OK, not cancel. And we hit OK. And now we're ready for the next step to create the energy analysis model. So on the energy optimization panel under Analyze, there's this command called Create Energy Model. As soon as you do it, the command will switch to be called Delete Energy Model. So let's go ahead and click on it. And I should point out before I hit the next step here, actually I'm going to cancel mine. You can stay where you are. Notice that over here in Properties, there's only one 3D view. So I'm going to hit Create Energy Model and then Create Energy Model. And notice how it created two 3D views. It actually also created two schedules that start with analytical. These are like QA/QC schedules. But the analytical spaces, we actually won't ever use the system zones view. And we're going to make a copy of analytical spaces in just a minute. But now we have this analytical spaces view. If we click one of these thermal zones on the edge of the building, we can see this 15-foot deep perimeter thermal zone. And then if we click near the middle, it doesn't say this, but this is what it is. It's a core zone. And then if I click one of these edges, I don't know what I did to my computer. I can't pan anymore. Maybe at a break, I'll close Revit and open again. But if I select one of these perimeter zones, notice in the properties at the very top, it says it's an analytical space. And then it has the area and the volume. And then if you scroll all the way down under energy analysis, We're going to see the occupant load, the lighting load, the power load, the heating, cooling set points, dehumidification and humidification. These are all settings that are going to be used in the Open Studio Energy Plus energy model. And so the interesting thing about this is we're going to make some changes and then see the changed results. We have one more quick step we can do, and then we're going to take a break. So there's two parts of the energy analytical model. There's the analytical spaces, and then there's the analytical surfaces, the envelope, and those single plane surfaces that I mentioned that represent the exterior wall, the glazing, the floors, the roof. And you can go into the visibility settings for this view and toggle that stuff on and off, but it's way better to make a dedicated view for that. So we're gonna right click on analytical spaces and duplicate it. It doesn't matter if you do duplicate with detailing or not, because there is no detailing related stuff. And then we're gonna right click on this and rename this copy and change the word spaces to surfaces. And obviously get rid of the word copy. So analytical surfaces. And of course, nothing changed because we only changed the name of the view so far. So click in the view to make sure it's active, and then type the letter V as in Victor twice, VV, or you could do VG as well. So now you're in the visibility graphic overrides for this analytical surfaces view. I recommend you turn off up here, you're in the model categories tab, turn off this high level checkbox to turn off all analytical categories. And then go to the analytical model categories, and we're going to uncheck analytical spaces, and we're going to check analytical surfaces, and then hit OK. So now we have two views, analytical spaces and analytical surfaces. If you have a detailed Revit model with walls and ceilings and roofs and everything, the analytical spaces is going to be spaces relative to the individual rooms in your building. If you're doing the massing approach like we're doing here, you have these thermal, the perimeter core and thermal perimeter and core zones. And then the analytical surfaces, I guess we'll go ahead and just take a 5-minute break right now. And then when we come back, we'll kind of analyze this and then make some changes and delete and recreate the energy model and see things change so we can understand how we can control it. So I would recommend you hit save, and then let's take a 5-minute break.
Hey, Dan, before we take a break, I think we got one question.
Yeah, I was just wondering, with the energy settings, is any changes to that? You have to create a new energy model?
Yep. Anytime you change the geometry or the energy settings, you have to delete and recreate the energy model. And we'll see an example of that in a minute.
All right, we got one more.
Yeah, no problem.
This may be just because I haven't read the ASHRAE section, but
Yeah.
if you have a mixed-use building, does it have a primary ASHRAE use? That gets
Yeah,
done?
yeah, I think it says in a mixed use, you can use the one that's the largest percentage, you can apply it to the whole building. If you're doing the spaces and then you set in the energy settings, you change it from room to spaces. I don't know if you remember in the slides previously, there was a space type that you can apply to spaces. So the idea of mixed use is somewhat, I don't want, this isn't quite accurate. It's somewhat superficial, but the meaning is how it's used, right? The mixed use of a residential space, and then you have that same square footage and it's an office. So the residential space has less lighting, less people, and it's used at night instead of the day when it's hot. And then the office is used during the day and might have more people and more lighting for that same area. That's what mixed use really means. And so you can apply the space types to each space in your building and have a perfectly accurate mixed use scenario. So it is possible. All right. Any other quick questions? I love it. Well, you should have asked those earlier, so I could have taken a drink. All right, let's take a quick break. All right, we'll go ahead and get started. I'd asked earlier how many of you are students, how many of you are educators? Is there just one or just one? Two? Okay. Awesome. So I have two. Okay, we all ready to jump back in? There's one question in the chat. Somebody was having problems. I'm not sure if we'll be able to solve it. I'm just going to throw out a couple ideas where they created the energy analysis model and the spaces weren't showing up. That, you know, when you do it, it creates this view and then switches you to this analytical spaces view. And in the future, of course, it won't create the view because it's already there, but it'll always switch you to that view after you've recreated the energy analysis model. But obviously you want to do a ZF, make sure you're zoomed in or out on it. And then if you do the letter V, Victor, on the, just so you know where the settings are, because this actually can be turned on in any view, which you typically wouldn't want it turned on. On the analytical model categories, most of this stuff is structural stuff, interestingly enough, but there's only two of them here for us. And the analytical spaces needs to be turned on. And then in that other view that we just created, we swapped it to turn on analytical surfaces. So this, of course, needs to be on for those things to show up. There have been some versions of Revit in the past, not consistently, but where I've seen those things not show up. And there's possibly a graphics driver issue. I've never seen it relative to this, but I've seen unsurprisingly connected things that were not working properly, and you update your graphics driver for your computer's video card or GPU, and then all of a sudden it starts working properly. But let's go back to the analytical surfaces view, and then I want to just mention one interesting thing real quick. If you go into the VV dialog one more time, you remember this main toggle I said we should turn off? One thing that's super interesting to note is the categories. So Revit created this view, and Revit did the settings that are currently set up in this view. Notice how only certain categories are checked, and then some of them are set to be transparent. The more interesting thing to note is that if you're using a detailed Revit model, like in that example we'll use later, that has walls, roofs, floors, ceilings, windows, only these categories that are checked are even remotely considered candidates to become the energy analysis model. Revit will never ever look at furniture, specialty equipment, generic model. You don't want bollards and paper towel dispensers, right? All that stuff to be considered. So one place that becomes a little bit of a trick is sunshades. Those are almost always like specialty equipment. So there's some workarounds. You ask me about that later if I forget to bring it up again. But anyways, it's helpful. This is a reminder as to what things it does consider and what things it doesn't consider. So we're going to cancel out of here for a moment and just go ahead and look at this. So if I select the green surface, all the green stuff, because the view is set to shaded, we see it set to green. Notice in the properties, there's actually two sections that have some really helpful information for us to track. The thermal resistance and the thermal mass. So this is just a R12 D-rated. We'll talk more about what I mean by that in a minute. So it's actually really accurate. And then the thermal mass value. So the thermal resistance and the thermal mass of all surfaces are really important. And if we scroll a little further down, this actually tells us what data was originally selected. And if you remember, we didn't select anything yet. So where the heck did our 13 wood frame wall come from? We'll get back to that. Now back here in the model, select the glass. And for glass, we see different properties. We see the solar heat gain coefficient, the visual light transmittance, and the U/R value. And then if we scroll down, we'll see some Pilkington. If you weren't aware, that's a glass manufacturer, and some model number. Again, where did that come from? We didn't pick anything. Let's pick the roof. So this is an analytical surface, and if you scroll down a little ways, the surface type is roof. It's a R20 over roof deck. Again, the thermal resistance and the thermal mass. If we select one of the floors inside the building, this is an interior floor with virtually no R value. If we look down below, the bottom floor, I forgot to close Revit and open it again. I still can't pan for some reason, but you might have to spin so that you look at the model from underneath and select the floor at the ground level. This is a slab on grade. In the energy analysis model, that's a special thing. It knows that it's up against the earth, not the cold or hot outside air. So just stop and think about that for a minute. We made one box and we've got all this stuff out of it. This accurate 15-foot deep rooms around the perimeter. We have all these surface properties. Even if we didn't do anything else, we've still created a really, really accurate envelope and energy analysis model. And there's a lot more that we can do to it. But at the most basic level, we've already done some really significant things. And this would have worked if we'd done the twisty roof thing. You could actually energy model that. So let's see. We're going to go back into the energy settings dialog. And then we're going to go to edit under advanced. And then down at the very bottom where it says conceptual types, if we click the edit button, this is what is currently being used because there's no overrides. And then that last checkbox, use detailed items, isn't checked, which, like I mentioned, we almost never check that. But we do almost always add overrides. But without doing overrides, what you're getting, that R13 over wood stud wall type, is coming from this dialog. And if you look at, and this is a little confusing because this would also apply to Revit walls, doors, and windows. If you have an actual Revit model, the word mass here should actually be deleted. It's not, doesn't actually, not only for masses. If you're not checking back here in that previous dialog, if you're not checking detailed elements, it's not using anything in your Revit wall type or your Revit floor type. It's only using what's in this list here. And so if we click the drop down for exterior walls, this is super interesting, and it's meant to be super basic early on. You know, you don't need to guess what the final design is. That's the whole point here, is we're trying to figure out what the final design should be, right? We're not putting the cart before the horse. So when you look at the options here, you actually have two major categories. One is a list of high mass options, and the other one is a list of low mass options. And within those two buckets, there's hot, cold, and moderate climate options, generally speaking. So lightweight construction, high mass construction like concrete, and then within that, cold climate, mild climate, low insulation, no insulation. And sometimes you think about, when would you ever pick no insulation? Well, sometimes we're modeling existing buildings that have no insulation. So that could be a thing in certain scenarios. But alas, we're going to cancel this. And if we did make a change there and recreated the energy model, we would see a difference. But we're going to focus on the difference coming from an override. So back here in the schematic types, we're going to click this little button to the right to open this schematic types dialog. And so let's focus on the walls first. So the only way this gets applied is if we check this box. And if we only check this box, only the walls would change. Everything else would be exactly the same as our first energy analysis model creation. So let's click in the field to the right and then click the drop-down list. And just scroll for a minute. You can see there's a lot of options. And there's a PDF. I actually have it on my blog. And then it's also, of course, points back to Autodesk help page. There's a PDF that shows the detailed construction of every one of these wall types. So there's a wall that says 4-inch face brick. And if you go to that PDF file, it's going to say exactly what kind of face brick it is and what its R value and thermal mass value is for that specific thing. And then if it has multiple layers of construction, it lists it all. And so a fun little trick when you have this drop down open, you can just start typing stuff like straw. So there's a straw bale wall type built in. And if you did just type brick, you would see all the options, and there's a lot of them. And it doesn't have to just be the first word, right? You can see it's the second or the last word has just had the letters brick in it, basically. But then, if any of you have ever looked at the code minimum requirements for this location or wherever you're working on a project, the ASHRAE 90.1 is one compliance path. And if you look at the project location based on climate zone, and then your construction type, it'll tell you what the minimum R value is for a wall, for a roof, for the glass, and plugging all those values into this model and then running an energy analysis model, that would be your code minimum run. And then improving all those things and running it again then starts to let you understand the improvement over the code minimum. It's a little bit more complicated than that, but and the old insight actually was super helpful. It actually gave you an ASHRAE 90.1 2010 code run automatically. And I think they'll give us one in the future. And we actually need to do more than just 2010 because still surprisingly, like half the states, that is their minimum, their code. But if you're somewhere that's using 2021 ASHRAE or something like that, you need to reference the proper baseline code. All right, so back to my whole point of talking about ASHRAE 90.1. Once you've looked at the zone, the climate zone that you're in, and then let's say it's metal frame construction, and you see it says R dash 13 and R 3.8 continuous insulation. Well, Revit has all of those same wall types with that same nomenclature. So R dash 13, and here they all are. So R13 plus 3.8, that always means insulation in the cavity and then continuous insulation. It doesn't say CI here, but that's what R3.8 means. Wood frame. And then we scroll down a little bit more. R13 plus R3, did I not scroll down? There it is. Metal frame. So let's click on that. R13 plus R3.8 metal frame. And so later when we delete and recreate the energy model, it's going to say R16.8, right? Trick question. No, right? Thermal bridging of metal studs versus thermal bridging of wood studs, big difference. You're going to get the D-rated R value showing up. So it's really smart, right? Just the whole point here is to point out the good, the bad, and sometimes the ugly, but there's a lot of good stuff here. So let's leave it at that. And then let's go ahead and do the roof and the glass real quick. So check the roof option, click the drop down, and then type R-30. And we'll just pick the second option here, R30 over roof deck. And then for glazing, exterior windows, check the override. And let's just leave it at the one that's listed there. Large double glazed windows. I'm going to click the drop down just for a second so that we can see the solar heat gain coefficient is 0.13. So maybe somebody can remember that or write it down, because I won't remember it once I get to it later and want to say, look, it is what we set it to. So let's hit OK, and then OK, and OK. So now we just made some changes, but none of that has been applied to this energy and analytical model. And that's why we have to delete and recreate the energy analytical model. So now there's, on the Analyze tab, there's a little red X icon, and it's Delete Energy Model. So I'm going to click that and hit OK, and now it just disappeared. Now we're just seeing the mass. And then we're going to click the Create Energy Model to have it recreate it. Again, it always brings us to the analytical spaces view, no matter what view we had set current. Fun story here real quick about how this actually works. Whether it's a Revit model with walls, doors, windows, roofs, ceilings, or this massing model, this Revit uses this algorithm. And if you remember in the energy settings, there's this analytical space resolution. So at the centroid of all the geometry, it creates a 1'6" by 1'6" by 1'6" cube. And then like Minecraft, it actually grows that cube out in every direction. And it by itself can figure out what's occupiable spaces because it's taller than, I think, 6'6". And then what's not occupied spaces, like a plenum space, ceiling up to the structure is like 3.5 feet. A person can't stand there. So it knows that that's not an occupied space and it's unconditioned. What's an exterior wall? If it's a courtyard or literally facing northeast, southwest, it can figure all that out on its own. What are interior walls, interior ceilings? What's a roof? It figures it all out. It uses something so similar to Minecraft that the developers at Autodesk for a fun side project made a little thing that could import a Revit model into Minecraft using that same algorithm. They promised to give it to me and they never did. And now the last time I asked, they can't find it. But I've seen some Revit models in Minecraft, and it's pretty funny. So needless to say, that's actually where the little zigzag lines come from. And sometimes you'll see this on the facade of the building, that there'll never be a hole in your model when you see those. And this process is still more accurate than the simplified manual creation of an energy model in most cases that an energy modeler would create manually, because they're not going to create some of the extra jigs and jogs in the building. It's usually not necessary. But if you compare this accuracy with giving up some of that, so there are still surfaces then that aren't quite as accurate if you see gaps, but they're still on par with this other effort that takes arguably a lot more time. All right, so we deleted and recreated the energy model, right? And if we go back to our analytical surfaces view and pick that exterior wall, first I'm going to scroll all the way down and see that it is saying, it's helping me know for a QA/QC that this in fact is based on a R13 plus 3.8 metal frame wall. And if we scroll up, it's indeed not R16.8, it's R9, because we have these really bad metal studs that are really bad at right, thermal bridging. And then we'll pick the roof. So R30 over metal deck. In this case, there isn't thermal bridging, so it's actually R32. The glazing. says fixed window, solar heat gain 0.11. So that's not what I expected. I don't remember the number, but that's not exactly the number. So we don't have this checked. And if we go back in here, exterior windows. Well, I'm not sure why that's not set, but I'm not going to get caught up on that right now. But you see, everything else worked properly. Now, the next thing, if we go back to the analytical spaces, and let's just pick this top floor, one of these perimeter zones. And again, remember, this is the internal loads times multiplied by the schedule results in these loads, these demands that need to be met. So the occupant load, 601, the lighting load, 1403. So let's focus on the lighting load for a minute, 1403. And I mentioned earlier that there is a place where all the internal loads for the office are set and that the light power density was higher than it should be with the advent of LED lighting. So let's make an adjustment to the light power density and then go back and see if that 1400 changes. So on the Manage tab, under MEP settings, so Manage tab, MEP settings, and then go down to building/space type. So our whole effort right now is entirely focused on building type because we don't have any rooms or spaces. And so if we select office on the left, all the settings on the right are what we'd call the internal loads. The lighting situation, the plug loads, there's lots of things that can be specified here to, and you can never get this perfect because environmental occupant behavior, if you will, is you can't ever pin that down perfectly, but we have rules of thumb and ASHRAE standards that we can follow to get us in the right ballpark and make some reasonable predictions. So here's the light load density. It's set to 1 watt per square foot. We're going to change that to 0.6. And then just so you can see it down below, here's the lighting schedule and the occupancy schedule. So for the occupancy schedule, click on the field next to it, occupancy schedule, not lighting, and then click the little dot, dot, dot button. And this is a little bit hard to read, but you can see common office occupancy, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. As everything's set to this brownish color. So up here, if we want to know what that setting is, common office occupancy, if you select it, over here on the right, you can see that at 10 a.m., about 10% of the building will be in use. In this case, 10% of the people that are expected to be there get there early. And then at 8 a.m., 20% of the people. And at 9, it's never 100%, but at 9, there's people 95, at 10, 95, and then people leave for meetings. And then, you know, at 7 p.m., first in, last out, those people, they're still there. Maybe there's some cleaning folks that are there at 9 p.m. or deadlines, right? So that's what this means. And that's for all the days, so we can cancel that. Same thing for the lighting. So the lighting schedule times the light power density will give you the light load. So we did change the light load density, so we're going to hit OK. And then what do we need to do next? Delete and recreate. Yes. And the Analyze tab, delete the energy analysis model, and then recreate the energy analysis model. And now if we pick that perimeter zone and look at the light load, it's now only 842 instead of 1400. So this is the demand that needs to be met. In this particular case, this is going to be electricity. And if we have an all-electric building, it's all electricity, right? But if you have a gas-fired boiler for the heating, the occupant load, you might need gas to, to heat the building. So at the end of the day, here it's all been normalized to BTUs per hour. This can show other ways, and outside of the US, it shows watts per hour and other ways of looking at it. So now, I think this is probably a good point to push it out to the cloud and see if the Wi-Fi that we're all connected to, if we can melt it. But let's hit save. We've all given it a name, and giving it a name is important because you can do so much really quickly. I've accidentally sent out project one many times to the Insight, like, oh, shoot. But if you wanted to do a separate model for like the baseline and then another one for some interventions or strategies, you can have different named models, and that way they can sit right next to each other in the project you're going to create in the cloud. Whereas on the other hand, if I make changes to this model, which we're going to do, we'll make some improvements and push it out again. Because it's already been pushed out once, it knows like the Revit project number, serial number, and it'll just go into the same, it'll basically just merge with the previous one. So if you do want to have separate ones, you need to change the Revit file name. But if you're making iterative changes and you don't care about the past, then you just overwrite it. So with everything where it's at, we have the Revit geometry, the location, the true north. We've looked at the energy settings. We've considered the internal loads, right? Now we're ready to push this to the cloud and see what it looks like. And this zoom bar just popped up. It's covering. So on the Analyze tab, there's this new thing. This is why we're using 2026. Previous versions of Revit, there was a separate add-in for like the last two versions to make this command show up. And the old Insight commands now in 2026 are completely gone. So on the Carbon Insights, there's an Analyze button. We're going to click that. And you will always get the prompt to, because the energy analytical model is static, it wants to remind you that you better be sure that the current energy analytical model that you're about to push out is the correct one. There is an option here to update it automatically, the second option. I never use that because you should always do a quick QA/QC of the model in those two views that we created before you push it to the cloud. So let's use the existing energy analytical model. And then it's still not pushed out yet. There's this one last thing here. And once you hit continue, which I just did, now it's pushing it. This is a super lightweight model for all of us, right? The thing that we just created. If this was our $1.6 billion airport project, it would take a little longer that we're currently working on. There's an option here to go right away to view it. It's actually going to take some time because it's doing this full year number of hours analysis, which is where it's predicting the solar gains and the climate zone for Knoxville, Tennessee, across the 365 days. So you could click on it, but it's not going to be done yet. But whether you clicked on this now or you want to look at it in the future, if you want to look at it in the future, right next to the Analyze button, there's a View button. So this is where you'd go to it in the future, but you could click on it here. Let's just hit Close. And then a third way to get at it is, you don't have to do this, but I'll close it. You go to insightx.autodesk.com. Fun little backstory is, for a while there, they were thinking about maybe calling it InsightX. So they originally just made the new URL InsightX. And then apparently marketing didn't like that idea. So they just kept it Insight with a sort of subtitle, Total Carbon. But the URL still says InsightX, which doesn't make sense to most people. So now we're in the cloud. I'm going to close this though. And since that's going to take one more minute, I want to share you. Have any of you heard of Knowledge Architecture? It's a company that creates intranets for architects, and that's what we use at Lake Flato. And we have this section on design and sustainability, and all of these items on the right are just a treasure trove of information that we've collected over the years. So if I go to energy, there's this, just inside of that now, there's all these chapters within this section. So energy modeling, here's that graphic I showed you earlier, and how and when to do an energy model, and in-house, and case studies, and a training video that I did talking about the same stuff we're talking about now. A Revit model, very similar to what we're doing. So all of that is here, and then if I click on thermal envelope, there's just all this reference data that we've accumulated over the years. That's super helpful. The whole platform also automatically transcribes videos using AI in an AEC vocabulary. So Revit and ASHRAE are properly transcribed, and they're not Rivet and ashtray. And then the words in videos and all those, any PDFs and all the data that I just showed you are all AI searchable. Yeah, let me show you one more thing related to that. So if I type in, well, you'll see little snippets of it. I can't show it all to you, but how to create an energy model. And then it thinks for a minute, and then it'll have references to all the sections that it found that information from within our intranet. And then if there's a video that said like the word Procore, it'll jump right to that point in the video where that word was said. You hover over the thing and go to this PDF, go to that page on our intranet. And so the cool thing about this is you hear a lot of the really big firms making their own AI. And we just turned it on one day for free. And when this company that we subscribe to, again, free, we're already paying for it, but now they're giving us this feature, and we didn't have to invest millions of dollars in stuff. All right, so now let's go out to the cloud and see what it looks like. So on the Analyze tab, click View under Carbon Insights, and this will open your browser, and it'll take you to, if you've used the old Insight, the initial thing that happens here is like the old one. It puts it into this uncategorized bucket. And so right away, we're going to want to move it into its own spot. Up here at the top, you can see it says all uncategorized. So I'm going to click on the home icon. And in fact, I'm also going to click the little X to get rid of this blue bar, which is just some newsreel kind of stuff. So there's a little home icon right here. You click on it, and then here's the all uncategorized. Everything is in there. To the left of it is this create insight. So this is just creating a bucket for projects to go into. And it's going to list all the projects that currently aren't in a bucket. And so office building R26, right, is what we called it. You might only have one listed here. I have a few from previous presentations. And then it creates this untitled insight, which you then can rename. Maybe we'll just call it AI East Tennessee. The old insight, you could change this image and also share it with people. That's not possible yet, but that's sort of superficial. So we'll click on the icon here to open to this section. And so mainly from here, you'll click on it to go into it. But in case I forget to mention this later, if your firm is a AI 2030 signatory, you can click on this little dot, dot, dot button and report directly to the AIA DDX from here. And then continue to report to update it. Some firms actually just constantly push stuff there. And then you can actually use the AIA website as a dashboard to show how your portfolio is currently doing, not just dumping it all there at the end of the reporting cycle. So let's click on this project to open it. And of course, there's a little 3D view. It's not super necessary for the most part at this point. You've mostly done a QA QC before, but this could reveal any problems if the numbers look funny. Again, across the top are some QA QC things. The project location, again, if it said Boston or somewhere where it wasn't the project, maybe your company template says Knoxville, but you're working on a project. You're working on that Sierra Pacific project in Alabama, and it said downtown Knoxville here. You'd obviously want to delete this, go back and create it over again. Office is the building type. There's that square footage again, 18,000. And then the lifespan, we'll come back to that in a minute, but there's a drop down with a couple of options. So on the right is the EUI based on all the current settings. We haven't really dialed everything in yet, but we did pick a number of things. So 65 is the EUI. The total energy used over the whole year is 84,000 kilograms of CO2 equivalent. So this is sort of normalizing it for this being able to combine it with the embodied carbon number, because this isn't all carbon, it's greenhouse gas equivalents. It's other things get included in here, but it's all normalized to this carbon equivalent. You can also make another total carbon that is KBTU, just a total KBTU number, not per square foot and not per year. Well, it would be per year, but there's a total number versus this kind of gas mileage number. Yeah, we'll talk about that later. So this is where it gets a little tricky. There's some things, most of the things that you can do, like those are basically called benchmarks. And also you see this Autodesk University 2025 tab. Those things, when you add them, they show up in all your projects. And I'm still not convinced that's the best thing. And I've told Autodesk that because I sit in a lot of the beta reviews. But you all have the renewables tab? No, you don't even have that. Okay. So yeah, when you create it here, it shows up for all your projects all the time. So that's where it gets confusing. We're going to end up making a new tab, so we'll all have the same one. But yeah, the benchmarks are manually added. As I mentioned earlier, it doesn't create an ASHRAE baseline for you automatically. But when you hover over this, this does give you the breakdowns for heating, cooling, interior, lighting, interior equipment. And then it lists those two benchmarks, which also aren't particularly accurate for this project. So that's where it gets really confusing. If you hover over the embodied carbon, the exterior openings, slab on grade, floors, roofs, exterior walls are all broken down here. And so I guess maybe just, let's see. Well, let's go back to Revit and make a couple of changes and then push it out again to sort of wrap up a few thoughts related to the operational carbon. And then we'll switch to talking about embodied carbon and how we can effectively manage this number that's 3 million. But really quick, if we change the year, like, so this is 1 year, notice, remember I mentioned the embodied carbon is spent. Once the building's built, it's done, and that's in the past. So whether it's 1 year, 10 year, or let's go ahead and pick on 20 years, the embodied carbon number doesn't change. That's a fixed number. But the operational carbon obviously, than the simple math, that's, 20 years, that number gets bigger. So 84,000 and then 1.6 million. So yeah, you can't do any structural Revit elements, can't have an embodied carbon definition assigned to them, which is really unfortunate. Seems like I'm no programmer, but it seems like it'd be pretty easy, extra couple of steps in the software, but that's just me. All right, so 65, maybe we're gonna go back to Revit and see if we can adjust a couple of things. So let's minimize that and go back here into Revit. The first thing we might do, and this might not be necessarily with the goal of making it better, but maybe we know what the window design is. And let's go to the level 1 floor plan. And on the architecture tab, we're going to click the wall command. And I guess I haven't really thought about how I want to do this, but I do want to do the curtain wall to make it a little bit more explicit. So we're going to pick the storefront option. And on the south wall here, we're just going to draw, not all the way to the corner, just draw a section of curtain wall. And then go to the south elevation view. And then we have I guess there's two ways we could do this. Probably the best way would be to pull the top down and then just use your arrow key. I guess we got to change the base offset to like 3 or 2. Let's do the base offset of 2 and make the height roughly 9'6". It doesn't have to be perfect, but maybe we're doing some window ribbon thing. These can't be the Revit window type because window, like punched opening Revit windows, can only exist in a wall. But basically, you could also make a punched opening with a curtain wall. Interestingly enough, on all the Lake Flato residential projects, which is about 1/3 of our work, they never use the window command. They're always the curtain wall command. And they never create drafting views. They're always live cuts of the 3D model with notes and dimensions added. So we did a study recently of 15 of their recent projects, and there was only 3 drafting views, not in each project, but across all 15. But all the other studios use drafting views. So now we're going to copy this up really quick. So in the copy command, I need to uncheck this. They moved it from the options bar up here to the ribbon. You need to undo constrain. And I guess you need to do that each time for some reason. Or maybe it, so if we were just to do this and on the Analyze tab, delete and recreate the energy analytical model. So you can see it's sort of an essence of it here in the space type, but it doesn't really matter here in the space type because all we're seeing here are the spaces. If we go to the analytical surfaces view, now you can see the windows. And now you're starting to see these gaps show up that I was mentioning earlier. So this does make the surface area that gets put into the energy analytical model a little less accurate. There's still not holes in the building, but there's some settings we can adjust to make this a little bit more accurate. So on the Manage tab, let's go into the Energy Settings dialog. Sorry, I was waiting for the Zoom thing to go away. So Analyze tab, Energy Settings, and there's the space resolution and the surface resolution. And for whatever reason, this isn't really documented well, but I've been told by people at Autodesk is these want to have a sort of a relative proportion to each other of the numbers that you see here. So if we were to change this to 3 inches, which is the smallest number, and then this one to 9 inches, I think that's the right proportions, but 3 is the smallest. And if you do this on a really big project, it will take forever to create the energy analytical model. So that's why using this massing approach is still has lots of value and efficiency. Even if it's a big project, this would still not take as much time. So hit OK, and then delete, and then recreate. And of course, it's going to put us on the Spaces tab. So we'll move back. And now it's much more accurate. There's still little gaps here and there, but it's still a lot more accurate. And there's still no literal holes in the building. So the tricky thing in this case, we're only going to add the explicit windows here and not do the whole building for sake of time. But if you had curtain wall that was less than 30%, and you still had 30% specified here, it would help you out by adding some extra fake ones to get up to 30%. So at some point, as the design develops, if you are doing explicit windows, there might be a point where you come in and change this back to 0 so that it's only using your explicit window design. Does that make sense? Okay. Let's go back into the energy settings dialog. And under advanced options, we'll click edit. And then under schematic types, we'll go back into this list and let's pick a better exterior wall type. So if we do want to look at R something, we can type R dash and then scroll down. And let's pick R-30 wood frame. This particular computer doesn't have those custom options that I told you we created at Lake Flato, and that's where it gets tricky to implement. First, it's hard to make the XML file so that it works properly. And then on anybody's computer who needs to use it, you have to put it in their program files folder where Revit installed itself and replace an XML file. So people get a new computer, you have to either have that scripted or remember to do it. And then if you did that on your computer, you had a custom one, and then I opened your file and looked at this list, it would actually be blank because I don't have that XML file. So now you've kind of broken it. I can't actually use it. So there's hit or miss on that. Maybe for the glazing too, maybe I type the word, start typing the word triple. So triple glazing, I'll just pick the first one that shows up there and then hit OK. Now, let's see. I think if there's time, we'll come back and do this detailed item so that we can do the really specific glass for that curtain wall. Like we can enter the visual light transmittance, the solar heat gain, and the U value from a manufacturer cut sheet. But there's a couple of extra steps involved that I need to describe, and I don't want to do that now. What I'm going to have us do is quickly delete and recreate the energy model and send it to the cloud, and then conveniently take a break. so that it'll be done when we come back. So let's hit OK, OK, and then delete the energy analytical model, recreate it. So we've done two things. We've added, you know, different glazing situation on the south side. And then for the exterior walls, see it says R30 wood frame, and that's a R26, and it was R9, so that should give us some improvement. Obviously gets even better improvement depending on the climate zone for those kind of changes. Actually, let me select the glazing one more time. I just want to check something. So here it says the triple glazed, and then the settings here are relative to that. And if I pick the automatically created glazing, this also says triple glazed. So I'm not quite sure what happened that first time when it wasn't coming out like I thought it would, but we have the automatically created glazing and the Revit window types glazing all being grouped into that one override selection that we created. And now we'll click Analyze and then use existing analytical model and then continue. And then while that's pushing, we got just 1 minute here. I'm going to show you something you could just watch for a second. In this analytical surfaces view, there's a really cool QA/QC trick. If you go into the VV, visibility graphics, on the analytical model tab, if we expand analytical surfaces, there's actually a bunch of subcategories. And so a fun thing to do, if you're a nerd, is to come in here and maybe only turn on like the horizontal things, like interior floors, the roof, the slab on grade. And the only time you ever need to hit apply in Revit is if you want to see the thing happen on the screen without closing the dialog. And so anytime you hit OK, it always is also doing apply. But I'm going to hit OK so that where are my interior floors? Did I not select it? Oh, interior walls I picked, and there are none. Interior floors. So there we are. And so you can turn things on and off if you're looking for those countertops that were modeled as floors. You can find them this way. And there is a way to make them go away, but let's talk about that when we come back. So let's take a quick break. All right, let's finish her up. We got lots to cover still. I haven't seen anybody nodding off, so that's good. A little harder to do when you have to use your mouse and keyboard. But thanks for following along and asking good questions. So we clicked to send this out to the cloud, and now we're going to go click on the view icon on the Analyze tab to go back to the project. And looks like the EUI went up. Did you all have the same? Interesting. What's that? Yes, big windows. That was a trick question. You win. No, I forget. Yeah, we had a lot of glazing, and glazing is the worst wall type, right? That's why all glass building is not the best design. Yes, we made big changes. So I hadn't planned on doing that, so that's why it threw me for a loop. Let's see. So let's go back to Revit. Well, actually, no. Let's talk about in the embodied carbon while we're here, and then I want to make sure we give enough time to that. Although this will probably only take like 20-30 minutes, and then we can go back to the energy modeling because there's a few things I want to show you there. So we have this embodied carbon number. And of course, as I already mentioned, it's a subset of the project, but doing an envelope analysis of embodied carbon is still a really important exercise. Cameron was mentioning that they just finished up a project with LMN. I don't know if you're all familiar with them. They're from the West Coast, really great firm. There's a sustainability director there named Chell Anderson that I've served on a committee with, that national COTE committee. He completed his 3-year term, and mine's just about to come up. But they, on their website, they have a really great Road to Zero, I think it's called, embodied carbon series of articles that you should check out, and some really great graphics. You know, the structure of a building is almost always the most carbon intensive thing. The next most intensive thing is the envelope. So just sort of pragmatically looking at the envelope is really interesting. And so if we want to dive into this 180,000 number, we can do that up at the top by clicking on the embodied carbon base model. And of course, if you were only interested in the operational carbon energy modeling, you could theoretically just ignore the embodied carbon, or if you're using another workflow like we currently do more formally at Lake Flato, you don't have to do this, but it's really easy. And if you aren't doing any LCA stuff right now, this is really a great place to start. So just at the highest level down at the bottom, we can see, if make this first column a little wider, exterior curtain walls, the floor, the roof, the walls, and the floor slab. So there's the interior floors and the slab on grade. Again, all of this stuff came from this massing model that we didn't actually draw any of this stuff. So there's just a lot of information here. And so not only that, but if we expand curtain wall, you see that there's sub options. And if you expand, we'll close this and come back to it. But if you expand the exterior wall, just like a Revit wall type, even though we never created one, it has all these layers of construction. And if you're using stuff that has Revit materials, which even firms that have their own templates, oftentimes they still have the Revit out of the box gypsum board material assigned to the gypsum. So you're going to get a bunch of EC definitions automatically applied, for better or worse. I'm going to minimize that again and just look at the glass here for a second. And over on the right, it says triple glazed unit. And if I click on that, it brings up this small list, but then we can click on this advanced search to get into the bigger list. And here we have, again, this, it's a combination. Mostly it's this really industry high test database from Building Transparency. It's called, the source is EC3. And then there's these custom ones. So right now, we're set to this custom one for triple glazed. And if you hover over the notes, it says category assumes a glazing configuration. It gives some specifications. And then this one doesn't specifically say anything about the framing, but anyways, so that's a custom one that's being applied. And I could pick from this list if there's not an EPD, or maybe there's an EPD and it's not in this database yet, you actually have the option of adding a definition. So when you click on this, there's the ability here to add a name, the source, which would be, again, custom, and then some labels. And then it's going to be, you can only add A1 through A3, which is what all of this is, that, you know, what I described earlier, the extraction of the materials all the way to delivering it to the site. So you can enter a number and then pick a unit, and then that'll create a custom option. And then the other option then in the upper right here is to search for glazing. So I typed the word glazing, and this is that same list I showed earlier on the slide. So electrochromic processed glass, 113 versus just some plain double glazed. Well, that's custom. Let's look at just glass to glass. So low E processed glass is just 11 versus 113. So those are just two glass options, sort of apples to apples. So just from this EC coefficient column, you can get a good sense of the impact of a product. So we're going to cancel out of here. And I want to focus on the exterior wall. So in the upper right, there's this pie shape. And if you hover over exterior wall, you can see it's 33% exterior openings. We have all that glass that we added on the south side and 30% on all the other sides. So the two biggest things are the exterior wall and the glazing. In the upper right, there's actually different ways we can have this pie chart sorted. So by construction, by material, this is the main one I want to look at. So what's the biggest material is that triple glazing. There's a lot of glass, and now there's 3 layers of glass. So sometimes you got to consider that trade-off between its performance and the embodied carbon. And that's where doing some studies. How much better is the operational carbon for double glazed versus triple glazed? In this particular wall, I don't know what the finish material is. That's the roof. Let's see. R30 wood frame wall. So it has wood shingles. So if we click on that, and you know, in this case, it's just a finished OSB, painted apparently, not very accurate. which is why you need to go, this is when I mentioned there's, you know, for better or worse, an EC definition is automatically applied. You know, always you're going to want to check every one of them and not just assume. But if you had a template that was set up well and you knew the mappings were good, maybe there's some you don't have to check all the time. But in this case, let's pick a different, a couple of different options for citing. So if we click on the advanced search and type brick, so there's one brick option coming from EC3, and we'll click OK. And now, even though it's still called wood shingle, right over here, the name doesn't change, but the EC definition is brick, so that's a little confusing. But now the brick is 43%. And I probably should have just, to set this up like a good cooking show, had us pick a wall type that had brick. So it just went right to this. So imagine we had brick and it was sort of the most dominant thing in the embodied carbon. And so what are some other options to change it away from brick? Obviously not OSB. We can click on brick again under the EC definition and then click advanced search. And now we'll type siding for the search. And you see there's a few options. So not OSB and not vinyl siding. We'll pick zinc siding. So let's see, brick actually isn't showing up here. So 2.6, and I'm gonna hit cancel so I can double check what the brick was. So the brick was 6.79. And I'll go back in here and type zinc, just to narrow it down to zinc siding. And you'd have to go to EC3 as well to figure out if this is using recycled zinc or if it's raw materials, but this is a starting point, and we can hit OK. And now the siding went from, you know, being the most dominant thing back to being less than that. So 13%. The glazing is 23%. And then as soon as we go back to the overview up here, we click at the very top overview. Now the embodied carbon and the total carbon have adjusted. Exterior openings are the predominant. Oh, actually the exterior walls are still the predominant thing. You just have to scroll down a little bit here to see that. So exterior walls, and then the openings are the next predominant thing. So, any questions about that? That for the most part is the range of options with embodied carbon. Yes, yes. We're going to switch to operational carbon here and show how you can do comparisons. Those same things aren't really possible with the embodied carbon, so it's not quite as convenient as the options in Tally. This is more of the whole building version of Tally versus the options method. But again, if you're not doing this at all, it's a good place to start. It's a great way to start getting the terminology down and looking at how things work. And then as the product continues to develop, you'll have that base knowledge to continue to use those new features. And by the way, if you're interested in getting involved, Autodesk has this feedback.autodesk.com website, and anybody can sign up for the Revit beta. Like right now you can download Revit 2027. It's not called that, and you're not allowed to talk about it. Like Autodesk will literally come after you if you post anything about it, but anybody can sign up for it and start beta testing. And there's this top secret user forum where you can post questions, and the people who are the developers at Revit at Autodesk are replying to the questions because they're trying to get people to break it so that it's as good as it can be. There's always going to be problems when it's released to the public, but you can influence how some of these tools work if you have a really strong opinion, which is really cool and something I've done quite a few times over the years. All right, so I'm going to show you where we're going to end up, but and then also we'll work backwards from there because there's a few pieces here that I think I've created also that in addition to this tab that you won't have. But on this tab that you're going to create in a minute, you can add the EUI. You can add this HVAC drop-down list because right now we don't have an HVAC system. You've just created an energy model based on ideal loads. And then we have window to wall ratio west. And where this differs from the old Insight is you can specify how many options are in the drop-down list. In fact, I didn't even name this one right. It's called new row 1 at 90%. But you could have as many or as few options as you want here. Same with light power density. And when you change these things, they'll update the EUI. Interestingly enough, right now when I change it, see how it changes to NA? It actually has to calculate all the things that I want it to consider, where the old Insight calculated, there was two things about it. One is that it gave you this range of values for every input, and it automatically calculated them all. Now you can have any values you want, but then you have to tell it which ones to calculate because Autodesk is trying to budget that a little bit since all of this is on Amazon AWS servers. Like all of BIM 360, ACC, all of this energy modeling, all of Autodesk Forma is not on Autodesk servers. It's on Amazon AWS servers. And although, as I already said, we give them lots of money, there's no cloud credits. We don't pay extra for all this simulation that's being done in Forma and Insight. They're still trying to be a little bit careful on how much compute power is required. Earlier, right, the utilities that were sponsoring us today, talking about data centers, and so there's lots of ways of being more efficient, and the demand side is the best way, right? Like I mentioned with Austin and the Energy Star. So before I actually go ahead and simulate this stuff, we need to create this on your own dashboard. So click the little plus, and let's call it AIA East Tennessee abbreviation, ETN, and hit OK. So now you have this new tab, and we're going to go edit the dashboard. That's this thing in the upper right. Click Edit Dashboard, and we're going to create a, well, actually, we're going to create a data display first. We'll have it list the EUI that we already see on the Overview tab. So hit Add in the lower right. We only have one now, but eventually you'll be able to drag these around when you're in edit mode. But now we need to tell it what we want to display here. So we're going to click the little pencil icon. And then there's most of this, you'll see all of this same stuff. There's a bunch of information that's coming from Revit, and then a bunch of information that's analysis results. And then there's metrics. The model data, of course, is, like I said, the data from Revit. So if you wanted to have any of this area information show up, you could add it. And that one data panel that we just added would exclusively be set up to show this information. But what we want to do is go down to metrics and select the annual energy use intensity, the first one in the list. And over here on the right, it's showing the 89, and then hit OK. So now we have one. If we go back to the overview, well, actually, I'm still in edit mode. So let me cancel that. If you hit done, now it's created it, and we go back to the overview tab, right? This is the 89. So I'm going back to our new tab and I'm going to go back into edit. And now we're going to click, and it's good that we closed it and open it again, because to see that list of options, we have to click this card library, which was just automatically shown to us when we first created the tab. But any extra stuff we want to add, we have to turn on this card library. So we could have added a bar chart if we wanted to have the EUI look just like the overview option. But maybe now we want to add a drop down for the light power density and the HVAC systems. So those will be two separate drop downs. So drop down and then click the add button. And now we need to edit this drop down. And I actually think that you aren't going to see these. So under factors, you don't see HVAC or window to wall ratio west, right? Okay. So I'm going to cancel this. And on the right, there's this thing called factors. And we're going to click on that. Obviously, as you've seen, once you've done this once and we're all doing it together, you won't ever have to do it again. But you need to create these under my factors. You need to create new factors. So in the upper left, you're going to click the plus icon. And then you'll type HVAC. And then you're going to tell it it's a simulation factor. And then these are all just built-in things that Autodesk is providing to us. And I guess HVAC is not showing up for me because I've already used it, but you see it, right? Okay, so go ahead and pick that. And then over here on the right, let me just cancel this real quick. And I'll select mine. So over here on the right for unit type, you'll click custom. And the display unit, if it's not already, you just set it to blank or leave it blank. I guess if I go to edit, I can see, yeah, those aren't even editable, right? Okay. So, and then while we're here, let's create one more. Let's actually do window to wall ratio south. So I'll create one as well. I think the light power density is already built in and showing up above, right? Because Autodesk built that one in because that was the first one they did. And they're like, here, we did it. Everybody can see it. I don't know why they're not doing that for the other ones, but click the plus icon, window to wall ratio south. The nice thing about this is we can then use it to override that custom wall that we did with Revit curtain wall. And we're going to select window to wall ratio south. And then down below, this is different than the HVAC one. It threw in a couple for us, but we could add new rows. So let's add a new row. And here's where I forgot to name it. So we're going to type 90 and then change the word to high. These words could be whatever you want. Don't use this. It could be, this is a bad design, something like that. Good design, bad design, something like that. Obviously, there's certain parts of a building that need to have high glazing, and so just shouldn't be the whole building. So now, once we've done all of this, we're going to hit add. And then we're going to close this. And now back here, we're still in edit mode. So it let us do all of that while we were still in edit mode. So now for this drop down, we're going to click the little pen icon. And we're going to select window to wall ratio south and hit OK. And then let's just get the other one in there real quick. So card library, drop down, add. And then we're going to click the pen icon. And you're going to pick well, I guess we'll all pick the HVAC option because we should all have it now, and hit OK. And so these can be moved around if you want. and then you can click done, the blue button in the upper right. Interestingly enough, when you change the drop-down list, there'll actually just be a temporary change. So if you close and come back into it, you're changed to making the window to wall ratio 90%. It will not stick unless you've made that change while you're editing the dashboard. I think that's really confusing. I actually had to ask the developers why it wasn't sticking. I thought it stuck before, and then they told me that little kind of tricky little thing that you have to know. All right, so let's try changing the window to wall ratio to 90%. Notice how it's saying NA. If we click the drop-down list again, it's really interesting to notice that the base model is the setting that it is in Revit. So this is what I modeled. We all created explicit windows, and it's 53% of the wall is window, as opposed to I guess I'm gonna add the other one real quick, even though you don't have it, because that was the one created automatically, right? So the window to wall ratio west, and then save. I just want to show you that even though we selected 30%, I mean, it's really close, right? 29.4%. That's the base model, which means it's the setting in Revit. This is what's designed in Revit. And then the other ones are sort of overrides. But as we see here, the NA means that it has to be simulated. If you hover over it, there's a little convenient shortcut to get into the simulation dialog. Otherwise, it's this thing on the left here. So click on simulations. And on the left are all the things that can be simulated. On the right are all the things that have been simulated. So what we're going to do, just for time's sake, because this actually will take a little bit of time if we try and do a bunch of them, for the window to wall ratio south, just pick the high option. Remember, right now the base model is 50%, and then click add. And so it's still not simulated. We have to then click the simulate button in the lower right. So let's do that right away, because this is going to take a little bit, and I want to make sure we get to it before we run out of time. And then in fact, let's go back into simulations. And we can see it's still processing. I guess we have to wait for that to finish. I wanted to add maybe 2 HVAC options, the ground source heat pump, and then the all electric VAV option, which is the second one. For the most part, these options actually, at least until a point, are more efficient the further you go down. There's actually a new Autodesk help page here that lists exactly what each one of those are. So if I click on the ground source heat pump with direct outside air system plus energy recovery ventilator, so the DOAS plus ERV, this describes in detail what the assumptions are. And again, this is that diagram that I showed you earlier. We picked the VAV one. So there's a high level description up here. And then it's auto sized, obviously. This is where, for the real thing, the mechanical engineer needs to size it. The hot water boiler, the hot water pumps, all of this stuff is being created and auto sized. All right, so hopefully yours is all also done, the 90% south window to wall. Before I close and we go look at that though, let's quickly add the VAV, the second one, and then the ground source heat pump. Click add and simulate. And so now for that window to wall ratio south, if we go back to the base model option, we see the 89, and then we change it to 90. Well, maybe it's because it's still processing. We'll see. Let's wait for that to finish. But normally what happens is when you change it, you'll see the UI change. And then of course, changing other things compounds it. Let me go back in and make sure that's what I set. Window to wall ratio south. 90%. It's simulated. These other two are going to take maybe a little bit longer because those HVAC systems are a little bit more intense. So I don't know if I mentioned this earlier, but I just created a whole course for Autodesk for their education group. And it's sort of like they have other courses right now, and it's generally geared towards students in academia. When you go log in with your Autodesk username and password, you sign up for this course, and then it's a series of videos, kind of like a LMS. And once you get through the whole thing, it's basically called Design Performance using Forma and Autodesk Insight and Revit. You get a certificate from Autodesk at the end. And so I show this exact stuff, and it all works, except for it's not working right now. But maybe it's because, again, the other ones are simulating. But normally, this obviously is a cumulative effect, right? If you improve improve or, make better or worse these options, and then change another option and another option, the EUI is a cumulative total result. While we're waiting for that, let's go back to Revit because there's just a couple other things I want to show real quick just to make sure we cover all of our bases. So go to the level 1 floor plan. Remember, if you go into the visibility graphics, if you've closed the model and open it again, you might not see the mass. So you might want to turn on the mass in all the views just so you don't have to be in the mass edit mode for those to show up. But two things I want to show you really quick before we run out of time is one, how to add an adjacent existing building that would block a lot of solar heat gain potentially, depending on its position and height. And then the other one is how we can control the glazing more specifically for something really custom and manufacturer specific. So the adjacent building is super easy. On the massing and site tab, I'm going to make an in-place mass. I'll call this existing building. And then I'm just going to draw an arbitrary rectangle next to my building. And in 3D, I'm going to hit escape and select that rectangle. And then I'm going to do the create form. And I'm just totally going to wing this. Let's say this building is just a bit taller, and then hit the green check mark to finish. That's literally all I have to do to represent an existing building. So if I go to the Analyze tab and delete and recreate the energy analytical model, on the analytical surfaces, this entire building, if you look at the properties, is a giant shade surface. And actually, that other file I provided kind of shows this too, and we will open it, and all we have to do is delete and create the energy analytical model so we can observe a bunch of things. But if we want to, there's a couple other extra things we can do here to make this a more accurate. Like I mentioned, the glazing. One other interesting thing, if I go back to the level 1 floor plan, if this were a school, for example, in the classrooms were more than 15 foot deep, we could actually go into the energy settings and change that. You know, it doesn't have to be 15 feet. That's just the ASHRAE recommendation. But then on the other hand, another interesting trick that we can do is just use the wall command. So I'm going to draw a wall from the floor up to level 2. So the height of the floor is from the floor we're on, level 1, up to level 2. And I'm just going to create a wall in the middle of the building. And it's only on floor 1. Oops, it shouldn't be a curtain wall though. I'm going to just make it the typical 4 7/8 inch interior wall. And you could do this if you want, or you could just watch this part for a minute, because this is just a simple, quick thing. On the Analyze tab, I'm going to delete and recreate the energy analytical model. And now, all of a sudden, I have the thermal zones are broken up by that wall. If I go to the analytical surfaces, and I select this thing I see right there, now we have an interior wall. So if you were to go into the visibility controls and change the analytical surfaces subcategory to only show interior walls, we would see this, only that wall showing up there. So you could go in and slice up the interior by adding a bunch of interior walls on each floor if it was in a building that was sort of already started to be designed, and then turn off that 15-foot setting. So you could set this to 0 and uncheck that box. And now the thermal zones are the explicit zones that you've sliced up by drawing interior walls on each floor. And then, so this part you can follow along again if you want. If we wanted to be able to really carefully control the glazing or the wall types, for example, in the energy settings dialog under advanced, we can check this use detailed elements and then hit OK and hit OK. So now the interesting thing that's about to happen, if I go to the 3D view here and select the glass in that curtain wall and go to edit type, notice here it says to use the schematic type setting, and that's the triple glazed thing that we set, right? Well, I could actually tell it instead to use a user defined setting. And I guess I'll just leave it 0.9 visual light transmittance. That's not letting very much light through. Or 90% visual light transmittance. So that's letting a lot of light through. And then 0.86 and then a U value of 0.18. You could type in whatever you want for these, but let's just remember 0.9 and 0.8. So I'm going to hit OK and then delete the energy analytical model and then recreate it. And here it is, 0.9, 0.86. So those are the exact values that are going to be sent into the energy model. But then on the other hand, this glass around the corner that was automatically created, those aren't getting the same overrides. And then there's also no Revit walls that are being used except for that interior one. So if I select this interior one, notice how it is the 4 7/8 inch wall type that I just used in Revit. So anytime you check that detailed elements, it's just everything that has, if I go into the Revit materials dialog, this is where it gets starts to get a little bit convoluted, but once you understand it, it makes perfect sense. And in fact, I should pick the wall type. So here's a Revit wall type. We've literally created a Revit wall. I go to edit type and then edit structure. And notice at the top here, it's listing a R value of 21 and a thermal mass of 1.4. Those are the values that we should see back in that energy analytical model. Seems pretty high for an interior wall, but let's click on the metal. Well, let's click on gypsum board and go to the Revit material for gypsum board. And notice that it has a thermal asset associated with it. And this is actually something that is based on gypsum board. If you go look at a manufacturer's website, it'll list the thermal conductivity, the specific heat, and the density. I have a blog post on doing this for insulation, looking at a manufacturer's cut sheet and finding those same values from their cut sheet, plugging it in, and then looking at their list, their schedule that says our insulation at 1 inch is R this, and at 2 inches it's R this. And by changing the Revit wall thickness, you can see those same R values applied. Does that make sense? So now that I keep saying we're going to do this, let's actually do this real quick. Let's open up that other file. You can leave this file open and where it's at. If you go to the Office with Addition file that I provided, if you for some reason didn't download it or don't have access to it, you can probably just watch and explore this a little bit more later. This is just a really interesting example of looking at all the things that you can do. So notice how there's a basement and it's set up to have the wall go from the top of foundation all the way up to the top of parapet, like I mentioned. There's also an addition that's actually just a mass, and there's a roof, and all kinds of really interesting things are going to happen. This entire wall is going to be split up into the below grade exterior wall and the shade surface. This roof is going to only be roof between the conditioned space and the exterior of the building. Everything else is going to be still a really important shade surface. There's a trash enclosure, which you might wonder, why is that here? And is this just a copy of a real model or something? But no, if you select something like a wall and set it to not be room bounding, then the energy analysis algorithm completely ignores it. Now, it actually wouldn't, this would just become a shade surface because it doesn't constitute an enclosed space. But just to get it out of the equation altogether, a lot of times floors are added to create plazas and countertops, like we already mentioned, that maybe aren't the best use of floors. But on the other hand, you can just select it and set it to non-room bounding. There's this existing building that doesn't have mass floors applied at all, whereas this other building, if you go to mass floors, this has it set to level 1 addition. And so now if I go to the massing and site tab, or I'm sorry, the analyze tab, and delete, and then recreate, you might not have the energy model created. I think I might have opened one that I was testing previously just to open it quickly. But now when I open it, The other thing is you might see some anomalies here with this sloped roof and adjusting, again, the analytical space and surface resolutions to smaller numbers will sort of work that out. But the really interesting thing is for the analytical surfaces and how the algorithm split things up properly. So here is the underground wall, the exterior wall, and then the shade surface. And then for the roof over here, the sloped roof, there is a proper roof that is an analytical roof and it has a R value and a thermal mass. But then the rest of the roof right here became a shade surface and it doesn't have any thermal properties. The trash enclosure doesn't show up at all. There's something that happens a lot where the floor, and maybe it is a monolithic pour, but the floor here was extending out. Some of the other tools recommend that you model these separately so that this doesn't happen, and it doesn't change the EUI. But this roof is poking out, and it's actually modeled as it's modeled as a roof, but it's just a separate thing. And then this floor is actually projecting out as one continuous thing. But in the energy model, both of those things became shade surfaces. So they weren't completely ignored, but the floor inside the building was separated from this thing that was the balcony. And so we have inside the building an interior floor and outside the building a shade surface. And if you were going to have sunshades, you could actually model those either as a roof element. Oh, I guess that is actually part of the roof. But you could model a separate little floor or a roof element over each of these windows. And then when you create the energy analysis model, those would be shade surfaces. And then let's go back and see if our simulations are done. Oops, some simulations failed. That's fun. So the topo surface has no effect on it, unfortunately. And so it doesn't do sloped sites at all. You would end up, and that's a really good question. And it's worth a little bit of debate because that sometimes comes up where, you know, there's these certain things and no tools really that are in the space for architects. I don't even think any mechanical engineering tools are going to automatically split up for a sloped site. You could model them more carefully in a mechanical engineering tool. But typically what we do is come in here and add a custom level that splits the difference. Because if you look at from the side on a sloped site, there's a wall and there's a wedge that's exterior or that's below grade, and then there's an exterior a wedge that's above grade. If you were to just take that and sort of split the difference, it's still generally the same area. So we can have a level here called grade, oops, a level called grade. And then in the energy settings dialog, there's a ground plane here. Right now it's set to level 1 addition. And so that addition became slab on grade. I'm going to set this to the new level I just created called grade, and then delete and recreate the energy analysis model. And so now you can see it's basically splitting the difference. This is still the same area of that wedge, that would have been above grade in the same area of the wedge below grade. This though now is considered a raised floor instead of a slab on grade. So it's hard to get perfect, but at the same time, one of the main goals here is to look at passive strategies. The HVAC system, if you have a good idea what it is and there's an option there for it, that's great. You always want to pick the one closest to what you want. But after that, you just leave that the same. And then all the percentage differences of the EOI after that are because of your passive strategy considerations. The window to wall ratio, the shade surface, the rotating the building, the properties or the glazing. And then if you know the internal loads and can work with the client to say, yeah, we're going to optimize plug loads and things like that, then you can start to dial those in too. But anyways, back here in the cloud real quick, as we're literally running out of time, one of the HVAC systems failed for some reason. This ground source heat pump looks like it failed, but the other one worked, and we went from, what was it, 89 to 63, and then so 59, 63. So let's turn this off. We're going to set the HVAC system back to base model, and then we're going to set the window to wall ratio, right? So 89. Yeah, that still isn't working for some reason. But when we pick this HVAC system, that changes. So it's 59. And then it does change though when we do the combination of the two. So there's something a little squirrely going on there. But you don't get to see a graph currently, which is something I've been asking for. I want to see how all of these things perform, at least the ones I've simulated.
Hey, Dan, got a question from
Yes.
Zoom. If you model objects separately and then join them together, does that affect anything with the energy analysis?
So if you model them separately and join them, I'm assuming the main thing that you would be describing that for would be the massing. So
It was specifically in relation to roofs, like overhangs and shade structures.
yes, yes. So if you, that's a good question. And it was, if you remember earlier, the example I showed of the park project where we had two walls. I keep getting the default here of the curtain wall. So if we had this wall type, and because this is how some people work as well, they draw different layers of walls. So here's concrete and this. If they're touching, so if they're touching, if they're joined or not, it really doesn't matter. If they're joined, right, windows and doors will punch through both walls at the same time. But whether they're joined or not, this will combine itself into the thermal resistance and the thermal mass values are combined to make one surface. I don't think I can show that here quickly because we're out of time, because I'd have to create an enclosed space. But if you had three walls that were just the concrete, and then a roof and a floor, and this one wall with this extra layer would have a different R value and thermal mass value than the other three walls. And then when it comes to massing, if you join them or not, also it doesn't matter. They don't have to be joined. It'll figure it all out automatically. But it was pretty cool in this combined model too, to notice that this wall between the mass and the existing building automatically knew to become an interior wall. Even though here, this is an exterior wall, and this is just a mass that has a mass floor assigned to it. but it was smart enough to know to turn that whole thing that's inside the building now into an interior wall. And then one final thing for, especially for the mechanical engineer in the room, that, that systems analysis workflow that I mentioned, it installs Open Studio and Energy Plus. There's this cool trick when you start the process where you can find this temporary file. It's called a in.oms file. You can find where it puts that in a temporary folder and then open it in Open Studio proper and then do anything you want to it, just like a mechanical engineer who only uses Open Studio and doesn't even have Revit installed on their computer to do all the things. I've played around with that a little bit, but not smart enough to do it properly. All right, so I guess we're done. I have like 15 minutes, for questions. If anybody needs to leave, I won't be offended if you get up and leave. But I want to see if you have a few questions. And then like I mentioned, by the top of the next hour, I have to be in my hotel room to talk for another hour to my students. So did it fail for you initially as well? Okay. And same with the window to wall ratio, were you having that work properly? Okay. Any questions? Again, if you need to leave, go ahead. I won't be offended. Yes.
All right, good. Like these are your biggest energy drivers.
Yeah. Yep.
Like on.
Yeah, Green Building Studio and Old Insight are 100% completely gone. Insight basically ran on Green Building Studio. The question was, in the old Insight, there was these widgets that ran all the things and it gave you a really quick visual of what to focus on the most. And that thing is mostly gone, but eventually in the near future, you'll be able to have all of those same inputs on your own custom tab. Like you saw my AU 2025 showed up immediately because you create it once and it shows up everywhere. So you'll be able to have all of those same inputs and drop-down lists and drop-down lists specific to the ones you want, and eventually even wall types, which will be really cool, rather than just the fixed wall types that they show you. And then I'm sure eventually there'll be some sort of graphic similar to the old Insight, but right now the only way to see the difference is to click this and watch the number change, which of course in this example is broken. But so 2 steps forward, 1 step backwards.
Real quick, the slides, the very last 2 slides, I just wanted to ask for everybody why.
Oh, in the PDF?
Yeah, in the PDF that we had. Everybody. Hey, Ryan, thank you. The second to last one. Next one. Hey guys, before everybody starts to leave, first let's thank Dan for his time, and this is extremely exciting. I think everybody's, if you're like me, I just want to sit here and keep working on it to keep figuring some things out. So this is a plethora of information. But I wanted to invite everyone on September 18th, we're going to go visit the COTE Public Works Building with the Committee on the Environment Group. KUB is going to be there along with City of Knoxville to give a tour. And we're going to look both at the building. Barbara McMurray designed very energy efficient, great example of a good project that's working towards that, but also going to take a tour of the community solar field. So if you have any questions or want to come be a part of that, I believe I invited the group and that's why you got that invitation. That's what it's about, but reach out to me via email if you have any questions about it.